Greetings. Greetings. I would like to warmly welcome our speakers. In this session dedicated to active design in architecture and placemaking as methods of preventing chronic disease. Health and human-centered urban planning strategy adds human behavior into the planning and design decisions. It may be hard to predict what health-supporting behaviors and lifestyles may arise, but it's easy to show how poor design unintentionally limits people's health. Let me introduce our speakers. David Vlasov, the founder of International Society of Urban Health and the editor-in-chief of Journal of Urban Health, will open the sessions with a 50-minute keynote speech. Then all panelists will have from 5 to 10 minutes to present individually. I'm honored to welcome here Mikhail, the chief endocrinologist of the Ministry of Health of the Russian Federation. Oksana, who is in charge of social initiatives of the Moscow Department of Labor and Social Protection. Itai Palti, the director of Hume and the director of the Center of Conscious Design, and Svetlana, the head of PR at the Moscow City Health Department. This is a truly formidable program. So I would please request all speakers to keep to time so as to respect each other's space. As the founder of the International Society for Urban Health and editor-in-chief of the Journal of Urban Health, I've personally known David Vlasov for a number of years. He's been very supportive of me in setting up a new journal, Cities and Health, where you can find many papers and commentary about urban planning for healthy cities. Over to you, David.
Marcus, first, it's good to see you. I'm sorry it's not in person, and congratulations on your new publication that I just read about. So again, it's very much of a pleasure to me to be invited to Moscow and to participate in this conference. I've had a number of opportunities to speak with people, and it is really a two-way exchange of learning. So I just wanted to start with that. And what I'm hoping is that the slides will come forward. Well, if there are no slides, then I'll start talking. So some of what the title of the program is, if we can go back a few. This is not the first slide. Yeah. There we go. I hope that doesn't take away from my time. Okay. So when we talk about architectural design and urban planning, there are two terms that we need to think about. The first, active design, and the second, placemaking. They're complementary. They're not the same thing. So for active design, we think about how we design neighborhoods, streets, outdoor spaces that can encourage active transportation, right? That means the walking, the cycling that can happen, places for recreation. But it's also indoors in terms of designing buildings that can create opportunities for daily physical activities. And so that is both, right? It's a matter of design. And as part of that design, you know, we think about urban and climate change. And so we want to be able to look at activities in our active design that is going to be sustainable. Placemaking is a complementary term, and for placemaking, it's really more of the process of creating not just active space, but of quality space that people want to live, work, and play, right? So there are a couple of components to that, and the ones that I link up with the most are theme. Can you create a sense of place, right? It's one thing to have, you know, a park, but are people going to use the park? Do they feel that that has ownership, that it has meaning for them? And so it's really creating a process that is inclusive in order to make that design. An example of this that's gone worldwide, and I understand there's a longevity activities here in Moscow, is the age-friendly city. And the age-friendly city is saying, you know, we're going to have people that are elderly for whom the city is not designed. Right? If you have 8 lanes of streets for a person to cross that live on one side, but the greengrocer market is on the other, or you have a park that's on the other side, how is it that a person would be encouraged to do that? And so there are a number of different strategies that we can use in terms of the design of physical space. But there are other things. We have to think of the social kinds of elements in creating communities. And so what's social participation? What's civic participation? And dealing with social isolation. So when we're thinking about active design, it is not just purely you have a place to walk or you have a place to be able to bicycle, but how is it that people can see themselves as a sense of belonging to that space that they can participate? One of the things I was asked to talk about was nudges, right? That's very much in vogue these days to be able to talk about that. And that is, you want to be able to preserve freedom of choice. You don't want to just keep wagging your finger and saying you must do this and you must do that. Are there ways that we can encourage that? And among clinicians, we see this, right? And what you may do is sit down with a patient, for example, and you say, you know, it's going to be important for you to get more exercise. I'm going to write a prescription for you to get exercise, for example. And so will you commit to that? Can I get you to sign or give me a verbal contract? Now that you've done that, let's talk about some of the things that you might do. What are your intentions? Let's talk about that in our conversation. And then after that, you can send reminders the next day, the day after, and you can say, how's it going? You know, don't forget you need to walk a half hour today. And in that process, it's letting people know about what are the choices and consequences. Right? So this we might think of as the clinical encounter. Right? And what we have found is that that's one approach for nudges. You're nudging people towards things, but they have the freedom of choice in terms of how they actually carry that out. The second way is on the top on the right, which is the use of social norms. And that is, we're all in this together. We get together with our social network. We're all going to go out walking because we have that sense of socialization that we can have as well, not to be isolated. And that's an important. Now, the last three in particular, default rules, simplification, ease, and convenience, right? These are more by design. So, for example, a default rule may be not that you opt in to belong to the gym, but that at work you have to opt out, right? So it's automatic that you're enrolled. And so that way the design is there. You don't have to go anywhere, fill out any forms. You know, that part has made it simple, right? So that's part of the design. So what have we learned from the research on this? Well, again, remember I talked about changing thoughts and feelings, the second, social processes, and the third, interventions that change the behavior. So the thoughts and feelings, such as writing the prescriptions for exercise, one-on-one counseling, the results for that are somewhat disappointing, right? We hope to see better and more, but again, it's not as the solution. The second, the social processes, the results show more process, right? So you want the altruism, sharing. You know, when I worked for the Veterans Administration, they would have a sign by the elevator that said, up 1, down 2. So the idea was don't go to the elevator, walk up one flight, at least one, and when you're finished, you can walk down two, right? So can we get the social processes where that becomes the norm of what it is we're going to do? The third is, can you change behavior through design? And what that's been shown is reliably effective. And that is, how can you encourage activity without trying to change what people are thinking or feeling? So what are some of these things that can change behavior directly, right? What are some of those things? Well, mixed-use design, right? And this is where you have buildings at scale that are mixed use. So the first level may be stores, shops, and then apartments that are above. And the idea is that that becomes an area where there's a sense of light, eyes on the street, so it's safe. The scale is comfortable. And we find that with a mixed-use design that people are much more likely to go out, to walk, to socialize, to engage. Safe sidewalks, right? If cars are parking up on the sidewalks, that's a problem. Or do you even have sidewalks? So you want to have paths where people can walk, right? You have to have the design that's there. Separate bicycle lanes, not just that bicycles are going on a sidewalk, that's not good if you want to walk, but also not just flowing in with traffic. Can you create a barrier between where the car traffic is and where the bicycles are? Then you're much more likely to have people feel comfortable that it's safe to be able to do the bicycling. Automobile traffic calming. And we're seeing more and more of this, and that is cars will just be speeding along back and forth and so forth. Can you put in things, not just speed bumps, right? Because that just only takes you so far. But we see more people putting in circles, right? You have to slow down in order to go forward. And so that's something that we're seeing. Also, street closures. Let's just close some of these streets and make them pedestrian and bike friendly. And so that's something that we would want to do. I talked about the defaults and the text reminders of the gym membership, for example. Appealing hallways and stairs. You know, if the stairwell is sort of in the back and, you know, it's the paint is peeling and there's very little lighting, you know, that's not going to encourage people to use the stairs. And so how is it that we can design that? And then what's the distance to healthy food? Because it isn't just physical activity. If you want to lose weight, eat less, eat more healthy, right? You have to walk a long way to lose a pound, right? And so we want to have healthy choices. So those should be in the design. Are they closer to where you are than other food choice designs? So how is it that the architect comes in and starts to look at that together? Here's a study that was done in New York City, and I'll walk you through it. And that is Carol Horowitz looked at a new housing project versus one that was already there. And the idea was that you would have elevators that would have a delayed elevator speed. If you got on, it was going to take some time for you. So if you're in a rush, it'd be faster to go up the stairs. And then the elevators were in a non-prominent location, right? So you had to walk down a hallway to go use this. So again, it's there if you need it for folks with disability. It's absolutely essential. But what about in regular, normal use? So central stairway placements, they were made as wide, well lit. They even had some music playing. And there was nice artwork, particularly local artwork that was put into play. So point of decision prompts, just like the 1 up, 2 down that I just described. And then they put in an indoor gym and outdoor exercise circuit. All right, so if we go to the right, what you'll see are some bar graphs, right? And this is the change in stair use, right? And so the beige, the tan, I'm colorblind, excuse me, that is the house where the changes were made, right? And the blue is the comparison group where there were no changes. And I'm taking you all the way to the right where I made the blue rectangle to show you inside that we had an increase in people that were exercising, right? That increased their stair use compared to the control group, right? So that's very important. Most of the people in the control did not change what they were doing, but the people in the intervention group. So again, there's good evidence that when you do active design, that you really do see the kinds of change. Now, there are other things that architects are coming up with, which is how do you make a good physical design, and some are really doing this with amazing aesthetics, right? So good health design built into the aesthetics of architecture. And this is 3XN's headquarters in Lausanne, and what you see is a prominent stairwell that just seems to take over the whole inside of the building. And what it does is it takes you to each level. It's wide, it's well lit, you can visualize all around. And so what they found was that a threefold increase in pedestrian movement around the building, right? Because this became sort of a central focal point. It was cool. It was neat to be part of this. Now, something else that I've come to learn about is what about inside design, right? There's biophilia, for example, right? How do we bring nature into buildings? And that's good for air, it's good for mental health, it's good for cognitive ability, and also for people to engage in space, right? To make it place. And so there's Jack Spengler at Harvard, who's a colleague, and a doctoral student, actually looked at, well, what are the options? You know, we could go and say, this is a great idea, let's build it, and maybe it worked or maybe it doesn't. But what they did was to set it up as a virtual reality, where they would create what that environment could look like. And they took a number of different environments, and then they would take a person's blood pressure, for example, right? And they would do a number of other measures, and that way they could test before they build what might be some of the possibilities that are here. And so to give you an example, Yen, who was one of the doctoral students, had virtual reality in 4 zones. So the top left is non-biophilic, right? What my office might look like. Then B on the right top is you have green on the indoors, right? So plants on the wall. C is outdoor space, right? And frankly, that's my favorite. And then combination, where you have the green and the outdoors, right? And so then the idea was to see how did people physiologically respond to this. Now, I bring this up because there are a few things. One is we can't necessarily access all the sites that we might want to when we have adverse weather. We hope for more indoor gyms and cycling lanes, but that's one part. The other is to say, can we blend active design and the benefits of nature in an environment that's proximal for a person? And so I'm not saying this is what to do here in Moscow right now, not at all. But what I'm trying to say is we've got the ability of looking at science to help us get the information that we need. And I thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, David. Stop that echo. What a wonderful tour around the different evidence base, which is very important, and researchers and funders are really coming in now and looking at this. I love that testing of different options before you do them in the real environment, because it's very expensive to make mistakes in a city or town. so we can test things, and researchers and funders are coming on board now, a lot of this research being published. Now let's turn to Mikhail. Mikhail, you're the chief Russian endocrinologist and one of the leading experts on diabetes. Please tell us more about this non-communicable disease. What challenges do we yet have to overcome, and how could urban interventions help prevent the rise of diabetes? Over to you, Mikhail.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Chairman, dear colleagues. I'm not an architect, but I am actually fully focused on the architecture of the human health. And I think I would reiterate, I'm a physician by my profession, and I actually get focused on the structuring and architecture of the human health. And when you live in a large city, you have to pay attention to those who are healthy and to those who have chronic non-infectious diseases. As this is a cohort of people who need a special approach, and they are our target audience, and thus thinking about the architecture of our cities and towns, we have to think of them first and foremost. And diabetes is the disease of the chronic non-infectious disease, and this is a real serious problem. Altogether, we have about 400,000 registered people with the with the diabetes, and actually T2D encompasses 363,000, 94%. In the past, we talked about the aged people, elderly people, and the disease of the people having the extra weight, and the disease of coupled with the obesity. And actually, by 2 times over the past few years, we have been witnessing the prevalence of this disease. But in the United States of America, this number is even by 2 times higher. And we have to define 3.9%, and that is what we have as the registered cases, and 1.9 not revealed or disclosed disease, and altogether we're supposed to have 550,000, but 23 is a striking number for any mega city, and these are people who have diabetes and having all the factors of risk, and thus it may gradually be converted into T2D. 3-4 million people have this type of disease, and we have to work with them, and we have to think of them once we start modifying something. Altogether, we have some other peculiarities to mention. The prevalence of diabetes in the aging groups constitutes 15-20%. And if we talk about this percentage, we're talking about the elderly people. And this is a cohort, the subpopulation of people of 85 plus, and it is enhancing. And 9.5% at the level of women and 4.2% for males. And 89 is the average age of these people. And people may live in the mountains with a wonderful atmosphere, and they live in the city. They use the public transportation facilities. But this is a disaster, and for all of us. And when people have extra weight and obesity, that's what we have to work with. And only 30% of the urban population have ideal weight, and 2/3 have extra and weight or obesity. And that is what we have discovered, and thus we should think of the program for modification and thinking about other approaches how to address this challenge. And we joined the program How Cities Combat Diabetes, and by the end of this day we're supposed to sign a special memorandum. Altogether 37 cities and towns take part in that movement. And let me give you some kind of a cross-section from the survey we've provided. And the key idea is to identify socio-cultural factors of vulnerability and also the inquiries of the citizens. On the basis of those inquiries and requirements, we may set up the program of modification. And really, Strelka and other entities worked quite a lot. 192,000 posts and texts were printed in mass media from 4106 platforms. And we've identified 4 blocks which reflect the aspirations of T1 and T2 diabetes. And they want the services of the public catering to be adjusted and adapted to their disease. And they would like to have a rational menu. There should be some drinking water in the street. There should be some accessibility in special places for recreation, so that the diseased person may just have may take food on a regular basis. And also the adaptation of the public space and recreational zones are to be adapted this way. Either they have to be protected from the heat or sheltered from the heat, or protected from the cool weather, and availability and affordability of WCs. It's another block. Adaptation of the transport infrastructure. And if we talk about the patients, the cohort of our citizens which are less active and less mobile, actually they have to think of the pavement not to be slippery, and the phase for traffic lights switch on, switch off should be a longer one, and there should be some bus stops in the vicinity and some extra places and seats at these bus stops. These are very simple things, and that is the public request of our diseased citizens. And it's not that healthcare system has to be concerned about it, but the pertinent committees of the government of Moscow. And accessibility of the sports infrastructure is another case. And thereby, it's worthy to mention swimming pools, cycling tracks, gyms, and also our patients pay attention on the availability of information, where they may find this or that facility, where this or that new venue is going to be opened, how to get there. And this is another issue to be taken into account. And we're talking about the program Moscow Longevity. Already 380 people were encompassed by this program within the 3-year period. And these are demands and these are requests embedded in these 2 charts. And we are showing the urban areas with the good accessibility of sports facilities and recreational areas. Moscow is placed first, but it is placed second as to the availability of sports infrastructure. And that was actually the set of demands we've identified, and they're going to be submitted for the consideration of some pertinent authorities. And we're supposed to be really keen on that. to a large extent. And when our chairman mentioned as how we may transform everything and convert everything, it's a good thing that you construct certain facilities as brand new ones. But what needs to be done with those which need some refitting and renovation? You may actually construct a new ladder in the sports gym, which has been designed especially for the disabled people and diseased people. But if we have a 200-year-old building, what needs to be done there? And so these new approaches are necessitated. I'm wrapping up. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Mikhail. This is a very important subject for cities all over the world. So it's very interesting to hear the responses in Moscow and the Russian Federation. So moving to Oksana, can you tell us how the nudge concept, which David touched on, is being implemented in Moscow? I hear that the issue that many city residents face, or might face, is that there's not enough time to get them to medical checkups or to do sports regularly, even though there are lots of urban interventions making it possible for everyone to lead a healthy lifestyle. So how is Moscow going to change this? What are you doing to change this?
Добрый день.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Прежде всего, надо сказать о том, что
First of all, I would like to emphasize that Moscow is a mega city with very fast dynamics, and sometimes we do certain things with the detriment of our health. We do not have time to visit the doctor. Always it's a problem and a painstaking issue when we start visiting the doctor. Only 30% of Muscovites didn't attend outpatient clinic last year. But if we talk about some prevention, about the annual checks, last year, the comprehensive examination was provided to the 10% of the population. We go to the doctor when we're forced to do so, when there is no other way. And if we talk about the vaccination, only 11% of Muscovites had been vaccinated. And when the ruling came into effect, the dynamics has immediately went up by dozens of times. And if we talk about the nudging policy, this have an electronic case, medical case, and we may just sign up for vaccination, and we do motivate this particular process. As of the 18th of May, 46 pavilions of that sort have been operating in the 10 administrative districts, and men and women over 18 are eligible for medical examination on a free of charge basis. Thus, they may keep track and control their state and what is needed. The diagnostics of the cardiovascular system, the intestine system, and also the identification of the diabetes. And we provide even a larger spectrum of services, and regionally, right from the outset, people are provided with all the information about their health status so that they may start immediately just doing something if it is necessary. You may visit pavilions without any preliminary signing up. And my colleagues discussed the issue of the health and of the health status. And by the way, we offer all kinds of sports in the morning. In YouTube, we organize our PT exercises, and during weekends, same channels provide full-fledged training. And what is more substantial to mention about the role of the pavilions is that they are all tied up to the universal internet system, and it is accessible to outpatient clinics, and you may actually may visit every doctor if you are willing to do so. Already we have about 3 million people as an elderly population to be actually covered by that particular services. And the elderly person nowadays have to go into sports, but if, say, 5 or 7 years ago, you saw an elderly person going in for sports, the idea behind was that he was a former sportsman. But nowadays it all looks different. You really have to take care of your health. About 386,000 people take part in the project Moscow Longevity. Originally, it was designed as a part of some kind of entertainment or recreation. But surprisingly, as it might seem, after the examination and checkups, these particular activities support a lot those people, and we're talking about the moral and physical and cognitive functions, and the prevention of depression turns to be a #1 factor. And we are talking about various approaches, and jointly with the Department of Healthcare, we put forth a very interesting program, the Recipes of Longevity. And whenever a person comes to visit a doctor and gets his recipe, he also gets another recipe for an active lifestyle with due regard to a specific classifier. Sometimes they do recommend them to sing, to dance, to swim, and we also combat social isolation. We incentivize communication services as it provides a new spiral of life for the elderly population. And pandemic has become a challenge for the elderly population. And in this case, it hasn't become a barrier, but the stimulus for the further development. And the Moscow Longevity Project actually was a pivotal one for 180 degrees. The task of the past was to put people out and make them stay in the streets. But nowadays it looked all, it turned all upside down. And people have to be safeguarded for depression, for the low mobility. And as we know, people just went to Dutchess at this period of time for 3 or 6 months, and the online format allowed everybody to retain their activity, and we actually had more recipients of that services and information. And this project has by 4 times been increased, and about 40% tend to stay at the online format, and that tends to be a very aptly business for them, and they may actually choose a trainer no matter whether everybody is located. And so the nudging policy is the only means to preserve health and to incentivize people to think about their future and tomorrow's business.
Well, thank you, Oksana. It's very interesting to hear about these clinics. And I think I've seen photos across social media of the clinics in Moscow. And also the Moscow Longevity Program seems much needed too. Hopefully it will lead to a demand for more age-friendly placemaking. Itai, you're director at Hume, a company that develops science-based solutions for architecture and urban design, much needed. We're discussing how providing equal access to social services and creating comfortable urban environments can help make megacities healthier. However, do these solutions really form healthy habits for city dwellers, especially if we're talking about residents with more sedentary lifestyles? What role does public transport and digital technology play in this? Over to you, Itai.
Thank you very much, Marcus, and thank you for inviting me to be on this panel. I'm going to keep my comments pretty short. If you're interested more in my work and our work in merging science and design, you can take a look at my keynote, which I did yesterday. For this session, because we have varied ideas coming out, I'm going to keep mine very specific. And let me just share my screen. Okay. You can see that? Okay. So this is an idea that, as I said, is specific, and it was part of a paper that was published actually in Cities and Health, which Marcus is the editor of, and it's about questioning whether our celebration of mass transit is something we should keep on doing, or should we be questioning whether the structure in which we create our cities is inadvertently creating a culture of transit and moving us away from health. And so, as I said, I think there's a lot of good points that have already been said. And this point is a little bit unorthodox, so questioning whether we should be celebrating mass transit as much as we do. And for many cities, it's become the pride of the city. In where I am, for example, in Tel Aviv, we're just starting to build a mass transit system. And I know it's something that is people are very much looking forward to, but I'm hesitant to say whether we're conscious of the change it will create in our lifestyles over time. And so I want to offer a lens which is called the radius of life, and this is something that Ivan Illich wrote in his book, Energy and Equity. And simply to talk about this radius of life, why is it important? Because as our lives get dispersed over a greater area, we see all sorts of detrimental effects brought about by what could be called a culture of transit. And I'll bring attention to some of these symptoms in the hope that we can seriously question whether this norm of modern life is something we should perpetuate by investing further in more transit and working towards higher ridership, or whether there might be alternative routes to reduce our radius of life. And here are some of the effects that we see as people spend more time traversing the city throughout the day. And this is something that is brought about by the structure of the city, by the way we build the infrastructure. The more opportunities we create for us to go from one side of the city to the other, supposedly in quick time, the more that opportunity will be used and cemented into the city, meaning, for example, large companies will centralize their headquarters in a specific place because it's known that it's possible to reach them from all parts of the city. Now, I want to question whether this part of it's possible is the right approach or not, because of course it's possible, but what is the cost? We had some comments about people having not enough time to exercise. Most of the work that I do talks about mental health, but obviously this is something related to physical health as well. Time scarcity, one of the biggest causes of stress, and as said by the last speaker, one of the causes why people don't exercise too. People with long commutes are 33% more likely to suffer depression, meaning less active as well. 40% to get inefficient amount of sleep, and we know that what inefficient amount of sleep does to our health. And also the effect that it has on our relationships, on our personal relationships. Couples who commute more than 40 minutes a day are 45% more likely to get divorced. And, you know, this is what we do in our work when we're marrying science to design. And science is there to really give us headlights, to try and help us connect the dots where things are a little bit too complicated to see on the surface. And to understand why we've already invested so heavily in public transport, we have to look at the conditions that created the need for it. It's hard for us to envisage a city as anything other than a compact center and then decreasingly dense rings of development throughout it. But this topology is something that was created by the car, and it's something that disperses parts of our lives to very distant parts of the cities. Now, when we along with the car and the zoning policies that created this topology, it also separated the functions of the city and created these compartments for us to get to throughout the day, sometimes many different places around the city, depending on what kind of lifestyle you have. And so the reality created on the ground brought with it huge changes to our way of life, and the commute became a societal norm. Not just that, families and friends become distributed over large parts of the city and communities dispersed, meaning we're much less likely to see people because of the psychological barrier and the psychological stress of going into transport rather than coming out of our homes and being able to walk where we need to. And so we think of public transport as something that is solving the problem that the car created. But I want to suggest that it's not solving, it's actually augmenting and cementing the problem that the car created. By telling communities and people that here is public transport, you have the opportunity to go from one place to the other easily, we're just saying that this is the lifestyle that we have decided to stick with, rather than let's try and understand the effects that the automobile had on the city and whether they are actually creating health or not. And so there are ways that we can retract our radius of life and be less reliant on transport, have more time for us to for our free time, walk around more and reach places that we need and services that we need, rather than having to stretch out our lives in this manner. And the crux of this lies between the difference between mobility and accessibility. We can create a lot of mobility through transport, but accessibility means making things easier to access without necessarily relying on public transport. And in order to go back to the scale in which we best thrive as individuals and communities, we must revisit our approach to mobility and accessibility. We need to rid ourselves of this culture of transit and transform once again our relationship with distance. So currently we spend a significant amount of time, a significant amount of money on infrastructure and investing in mobility. But what if we use this investment to decrease this radius of life by creating accessibility rather than mobility? And here are some of the examples that would do that. We need to lower the number of times someone needs to travel long distances. That means distributing services rather than centralizing them in one place, finding ways to distribute them to all the different neighborhoods. It means rethinking working, not to centralize all of the offices so that people need to come into one place. How does this new era post-COVID and with the introduction of remote working, how can we use that to change our habits? We need to create jobs in all localities so that they're not concentrated, and we need to create outdoor spaces that are easily accessible so that members of the communities meet and we create social cohesion in place rather than forcing people to commute for long distances to meet their friends and family. So, and this is really what the 15-minute neighborhood is about. My comments are related to becoming conscious of the fact that increased ridership, which is something that is celebrated in many cities, is not necessarily a sign of progress. It may be a sign that we are getting further away from healthy lifestyles. Can we think of this kind of transportation in the same way that we think about roads? We know that if you build more roads, more cars will come. If you build more infrastructure like public transport, more people will use it because that is the structure that we will embed into the city. And that's, my comments are very specific on this, but that's the end of what I have to contribute on this.
Thank you. Thank you, Itai. You raised some very critical issues here for us all to think and rethink, often going to the core of what a mayor may feel they've offered to their cities in terms of trams, rapid mass transit, light rail, the sort of legacy of that infrastructure. And also, as you know, echoing the trend to think of slow cities, cities of short distances, and the 15-minute neighborhood. And actually, this really links what David said in his keynote, the link between active design and placemaking. In fact, there's a fluidity between the two. They're not necessarily in distinct camps. They influence each other. Now turning to Svetlana. Svetlana, could you talk about what social initiatives help to increase the share of a population that takes responsibility? How can we increase the medical and health literacy and public awareness for the prevention of chronic non-communicable diseases? Over to you, Svetlana.
Marcus, thank you so much. Thank you. I would like to thank all previous speakers for giving us an extremely interesting food for thought. And now in terms of non-chronic contagious diseases, I would like to say that information campaign and increased awareness is playing a great part in reducing the level of these diseases. The well-being of our people is one of our priorities, and information and communication campaign is playing a huge role here. It's a big part of an action plan which is focused on reducing the economic burden caused by chronic non-infectious diseases. How do we motivate our people to have a healthier lifestyle? How do we get away from risks that bring non-infectious and chronic diseases? It's a big problem. It's a challenge faced by professional medical community. It's a challenge faced by our citizens and city dwellers. We believe that intersectoral and interdepartmental interaction will help us make our people more aware of these risks and will push them to reduce these risks. What are these risk factors? Non-balanced food, unhealthy habits like smoking or consuming alcohol, and not enough movement or physical exercise. And in order to increase awareness, we have a focused informational campaign, and this campaign is focused on involving more and more people into healthier lifestyle. We are trying to push our people to go for regular medical checks. And Oksana and Mikhail mentioned already that in Moscow we have all necessary infrastructure that can help every citizen to act responsibly as far as his or her own health is concerned. We have hospitals, we have clinics, we have polyclinics, we have medical pavilions in parks. So Moscow is actually turning into single integrated public space, which could be used for the purpose of becoming healthier and healthier. And the purpose of our communication strategy is, again, making people more aware, focusing on preventing risk factors. Given the current outbreak and the pandemic, we have moved this campaign online, and we have an extensive audience which still wants to know more about, to know more about the way to prevent development of these non-contagious and chronic diseases. We have information placed on billboards, on websites, of different medical organizations, and this campaign capitalizes on our medical experts who work on out-of-staff basis. These experts are providing medical recommendations, and we still have to do more in terms of using different interactive technologies, because interactive technologies can better help us get our point across, can get our citizens engaged and get them immersed in this information flow. Biohacking or neural hacking technologies also should be used, and David, I think, has touched upon that. We need to push our people towards healthier behavior. We need to encourage them to choose better sleep patterns. We have a lot of hardworking people in Moscow, and these people tend to eat junk food. And yesterday we mentioned that there is an obesity issue, and we have to popularize eating at home, because that can prompt our people to become more responsible in terms of their own health. And I'd like to give you an example. As Mikhail has previously said, it's very important to create urban environment in which people with diabetes will feel comfortable. So we are focusing on this. We're focusing on this fairly heavily. And we have accounts in social media, and we are using this opportunity again to get our points across, to make sure that our people are taking the right measures to prevent the risk of developing these diseases. We are involving students, we are involving young experts in this. We are holding days for prevention of particular diseases, and again, it's a part of awareness campaign within which we make people aware of proliferation of diabetes. We make them aware about the danger of strokes and other diseases. We work together with journalists and influencers who are trying to convey the same message and the same information to their audience with the sole purpose of making them more aware of this situation. We have good urban environment that fosters people to do morning, or if not morning, then just physical exercises. And we need to cover a larger number of people with these campaigns. And first and foremost, we are focusing on our younger citizens, because we want them to develop healthier patterns of life. We are acting on this together with influencers, with various organizations. Human capital is the most valuable capital that we have, and we have flash mob campaigns which are focused on posting pictures about about a healthy way to celebrate New Year's Eve, like whether you show whether you exercised or whether you ate Olivier salad. And we are focusing predominantly on the fact that our young doctors are getting the right point across to their audience in social media. And we can see that a larger part of this audience is really well covered by this information. And people are genuinely interested in remaining healthy, because all these chronic diseases, they transform into the burden for our economy, and they have negative demographic consequences. We are also witnessing we are also seeing that the COVID-19 patients, they work through this illness in a different way. So the healthier you are, the easier you work through it. So we have to focus on using modern technologies in order to cover as big an audience as we possibly can. So we've got to engage them, we've got to motivate them, and we've got to push them in the right direction. And I think our medical community and our society needs to focus on this, because there is nothing that stops us from doing it properly in Moscow. There is nothing that stops our city dwellers to exercise. So these public spaces can become spaces of public health. And our young doctors, I'm happy to say that our young doctors are motivating more and more people to become more responsible about their health.
Thank you, Svetlana. I can see some very strong and effective social messaging there. Huge campaign. Well, we have to wrap this session up now. We've only got a minute, but just as a warning, David, I just want to give the floor for you for a final word or two. We talked a lot about various social initiatives aimed at promoting healthy behaviours. Could you just say something by way of making sense of what we've heard about maybe the interplay between the physical interventions in global cities and these social interventions? Back to where you started, maybe. Thank you, David.
Yes. Thank you, Marcus. I think it was an absolutely great collection of presentations that really weaved into each other to create a nice fabric on the issue of the active design, the architectural aspects, but also the importance of making that coherent with the social patterning that needs to happen along with it. The two need to be able to go together. I think I was very impressed with the issue of longevity, right, and the study that's going on, and particularly during this COVID, how to be able to have the technology and to keep people engaged for these activities, right? I think that's a challenge, and one that's well taken. I like the idea of looking at the parks and making them very active spaces, right? People will have services, they have opportunity to be able to come together. And so it isn't just a number of bike paths or hiking trails or whatever, but that it's a place where people can engage with each other. So that's the design element that is taking the physical and the social and putting that together. I was particularly also fascinated with the talk about, mass transportation, because I've just done some studies on that, so I was, feeling very personally affected by that. And that's going to be a challenge. We like to have the 15-minute neighborhood, but that may involve quite a bit of restructuring, not only of expectations, but also of resources that are available. So how is it that we put those elements together? And I think the conversations that we've had here have been very stimulating in terms of, and thought-provoking for how we might be able to go forward. Finally, I just want to say how much that I've learned in my short time here about the initiatives in Moscow and just how impressive they are. So thank you.
Thank you, David. What a wonderful session. I just want to thank our keynote speaker, all the panelists, including remote panelists, and also just say thanks to the technical backup that has made this sort of an international hybrid session possible. And thank you to everyone involved in this very important area of research and City for Health work. Cheers.
Добрый день.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends. My name is Alexandra Sitnikova. I am an architect and the CEO of Atlas Company. I'm going to moderate our wonderful session today, and it is called Green Transport and Healthy Streets, Smart Solutions for Modern and Sustainable Cities. As of today, one of the main source of air pollution is transport, and about 90% of pollutants emitted into atmosphere is a transport problem. And actually, we have to speak about the carbon-free city and actually organizing the life, healthy and environmentally free space, but eco-friendly green and electric transportation alternatives will be an option, and old vehicles will go beyond the city borders. How transport policy affects the urban development is an issue to be discussed today with our experts. And we have a wonderful set of speakers today, Artur Shakhbazyan, Deputy Head of Development and Improvement of Cycling and Pedestrian Space, Moscow Traffic Management Center, under the city of Moscow, Piero Pelissaro, Chief Resilience Officer, Milan, Mark Neuheisen, Research Professor, Director of the Urban Planning, Environment and Health Initiative, and Director of the Air Pollution and Urban Environment Program, IS Global. Marat Sadikov, Head of the Design Engineering Department for Electrical Equipment of the Scientific and Technical Center, KAMAZ GSC. Patrick Funk, CEO, Clean Air Network, and Roman Malkin, Director for National and Integrated Programs, FSUE, NAMI. Patrick Funk and Roman Malkin are online with us. Okay. I would like to give the floor to Artur Shakhbazyan. Artur, will you please remind us who you are and your mission? Artur is the Deputy Head of Development and Improvement of Cycling and Pedestrian Space, Moscow Traffic Management. What do you do within your agency to organize the green transportation in Moscow? Just in a nutshell, I'm going to talk what is going on in Moscow. My presentation is called Green Streets, and indeed, green streets are those ideal pictures which we have in mind, and thus we go forward to this particular concept to be implemented, and it affects the urban environment, its ecology, its safety, its green light, and green color. And within the framework of our agenda, we have safety and security in the middle as physical and in particular. And I would like to spell out those achievements Moscow has attained, and we all actually have social risks to looming large over by 3 times already. We have car accidents with fatalities, and it's actually a very good pace of development as opposed to other cities and towns of the world. And the great value for us is the life of a human being. And we work for that, for the sake of that, and try to have a zero number. In addition to the physical safety, we, on a daily basis, have to take care of the environmental safety. And hereby, it's worthy to mention some positive steps and undertaken and positive changes we incur. By more than 20 times, we've minimized the hazardous and toxic emissions. And we do realize that transport contributes a lot onto the air pollution, and thus it's a focal point for us to minimize those emissions, and CO2 and NOx actually by 2.1 times has shrunk, and by 17% we've managed to minimize the number of trucks which no longer go all along the center of Moscow, and they find some sideways and bypasses, and thus the environment of the city becomes better. Moscow has become a very good city for pedestrians, and from the perspective of the environment, pedestrians-only roads is the best environmental solution. From the perspective of the urban mobility, over the past 10 years, more than 420 streets, squares, highways, and public spaces have been beautified, and we actually expanded quite a number of roads, and even by 2 times. And pedestrians-only trails have become a distinctive feature of Moscow. And nowadays, we offer the pedestrians an opportunity not to use their own personal cars, but just to go on foot, thus again cleaning the environment. And Moscow, back in 2017, got a special recognition in 2018, got a recognition for sustainable transport in the form of the Sustainable Transport Award in Washington. And Muscovites prefer the municipal transport and environmentally friendly one, and more than 2/3 of the transport vehicles in Moscow are, well, 66 of them are environmentally friendly transport. That is metro, trains, electrobuses, electrocar sharing, and also we have a new alternative for bikes. And they have become very popular, motorbikes. And actually, we have to identify the several parameters. And last year, we found ourselves in the midst of pandemic, and there was a limitation of traffic all along our roads. Before the pandemic, we had 3 million cars every day on our roads, but with regard to new constraints, this number has been minimized by 35%. Actually, it was 1/3 less. And after the crisis, the number of cars in the streets retained, but I think we've been witnessing even the growth of them by 4%, as opposed to the pre-COVID situation. And currently, the transportation system has been restored, and the transport behavior of our citizens is actually the same as it used to be prior to the pandemic. And why I'm showing you this picture? Moscow has been witnessing a very interesting effect. And within this period in April last year, over the months, the number of hazardous substances has been mitigated, and this is the data from Sputnik and from monitoring of the ecological situation in Moscow. And so we had this mitigation number from -23 up to -60, and even we're talking about this solid particles and NO and NO2. And that is how transport contributes onto the anthropogenic activity of the city and how it affects the entire pollution. So it was all due to this leap over the 35%. It was less than -35% in April last year. And that's how it all minimized. Maybe it's not even a good thing to drive, but we really have to think of the environmentally friendly transport and ecologically friendly. And I think that bicycles and bikes of all kinds have become very popular in Moscow. And some new trends for micro-mobility, individual mobility, has emerged. And it all started back in 2011. And nowadays we have about 300 kilometers of cycling tracks. And we're supposed to add some more as a temporary infrastructure for the bicycles. And we have it in our plans. And also we're supposed to launch the green cycle. I'll tell you a few words about it later. And we have some kind of vehicles rented. And these are scooters, kick scooters, and pedal cycle, and thus minimizing this adverse impact on the environment. And in 2018, in the pilot mode, we've launched this scooting means, and over the past 3 years, as of 2018, by 14 times the number of these drives have risen, and already we have more than 2 million of them. Could even not be compatible with the previous season. I think it will be like 3 or 4 million drives of that sort to be indicated. And accordingly, we do plan to develop the pertinent infrastructure in order to incentivize this means of transport. More than 60 streets will be refit with regard to the temporary cycling tracks. And also, we're going to implement a strategy for having extra space in the summertime, and we may measure and monitor the number of people to use this means of transportation. And probably in the future, we might think of some permanent programs. And potentially, we will see a coverage of about 1 million people, 960,000 people in particular, who may use this infrastructure. The green cycle encompasses about 97 kilometers, and the hubs will be linked with the green zones, and people will be encouraged to use the environmentally friendly transport. And we see here a huge potential for the future. And after this survey, we realized that it should be like 10 kilometers potentially as one ride at the ecologically friendly transport. And about 20%, it could be like 3 or 5 kilometers. And we provided such mapping, and that is the taxi drive and car sharing. It is less than 5 kilometers. And these are just the local trips, and the citizens may do the same thing at their own individual scooters. And the ecologically friendly transport should be introduced within the framework of the project, and nowadays it's called the Energy of Moscow. And by 2023, we're supposed to have the charging stations, and also within 20 minutes, you may just fuel up your car while it's charging, and you may drink some coffee, and it could be like a night charge, a long one. And the market for electric cars is growing, and thus we create better conditions for them to image. I'm running out of time. It's my last slide. These are very thrilling numbers. By 20 times, we have less exhausts, and nowadays we have like 70% of pollution as opposed to the previous period, plus minus. And Moscow nowadays starts using bikes and scooters. Yes, indeed. We've been witnessing this trend, electric scooters, bikes, environmentally friendly, public transport, and already the decision was made not to buy diesel transport, and we are converting onto the electric buses, and the hydrogen based transport will be developing, and thus we minimize this adverse effect. And the transport will be substituted, the fleet will be substituted by the environmentally free transport. We do hope to live in the free of pollution city. Yes, Moscow is getting better and better. What's going on in Milan?
We have a director on resilience of Milan, Mr. Pizzero. Please, Mr. Pizzero, the floor is yours. I hope you can hear us.
Yes, very well. Hello and good morning. Actually, good afternoon as well to everyone. I will share my screen so you can get some insight from Milan. Milan, in the recent years, are facing different challenge coming from air pollution, coming from climate change, but also we also see mobility and mobility infrastructures as the green as a part also to redistribute the income of the population, so to make an equal and more inclusive cities through the decision we can design with the urban sustainable mobility. So it's not only about the environment when we speak about sustainable mobility, it's not only about climate change, it's also about inclusion. It's about access to chance to everyone. To do that, since 2019, the city of Milan has decided to design a new department, the Environmental Transition Department, and the Mayor Sala is today also the deputy mayor in charge for climate change and environmental policies. These three areas are looking at the resilience of the city, and the energy policy and environmental protection and pollution, but as well to water resources and environmental hygiene. That comes, the necessity to improve the resilience comes also thanks from the collaboration we have at the international level with the 100 resilient cities today, the Resilient Cities Network on our side, and on the other end also with the C40. For us to be part of such international network is a chance to understand and better figures, which is the other practice, as we're seeing from Moscow, we'll see next, but we see also how we can learn from each other and we share our experience. The context of Milan is a city of 1.4 million inhabitants, so we're pretty small compared to others. We're going to listen, we'll just listen. But it's a city that on the daily basis, we got an income, we have more than 800,000 people coming to Milan in normal time. So it's meaning almost doubling the population. But Milan is also a city that is capable to adapt and to change their condition quicker and faster, based on the fact that we have as well 8 universities with more than 200,000 students. 1/3 of the Italian startups are located in Milan, and the financial market here. So we have the capacity, the know-how, and the social capital to move faster and adapt to different conditions. So for us, the resilience concept in general is the capacity of a city to survive, adapt, and grow, even in a time of chronic stress and acute shock. This learning was one of the key principles that has designed the new master plan and the other experience of the city become even more clearly important last year when the pandemic hit Milan as the first European cities after Chinese cities to be in the lockdown. So and we need to tackle and to look at it. So when it comes to this experience, you always, in the emergency side, you said that it's not the only important what you deliver when it comes to emergency. It's important what you have delivered before, what you have done before the emergency to be ready to face it. We have 5 plans that is important for us that they was driven our society, our cities over the last few years. It's the Urban Sustainable Mobility Plan, the City Master Plan, the Resilience Strategy, the Circular Economy and Food Policy, because mobility and green are part of our circular economy policies, and the New Air and Climate Plan that include and give the indication to all of our plans, so how we should reach a carbon neutrality in 2050, but also to reduce of 50% the emission before 2030. And when we think of urban mobility, sustainable mobility, and the green, then it's essential that the master plan, the sustainable mobility plan, and the resilience strategy, and the circular economy are linked together, are interconnected, and it could be redundant in the solution, because it's there where you can overcome the silos and having multi-benefit in terms of cities. So the city has challenging goals that we have defined. The first one is to reduce the soil consumption, because if we want to create space for green or for other kind of light infrastructures, we have to improve also the capacity of the city to be to take back nature into the city. Reduce 4% before 2030. How we design 20 new parks, and we're also going to double the rural areas of the city, increasing the surface of the southern rural park. Then we also have challenging goals, as I said, about the reduction of emission, become carbon neutrality. But then we also have set our goal in the new climate air plan is to contain the limitation of the increase of the temperature of 2 degrees before 2030. If you're thinking that before between 1901 to 2017, the city of Milan has seen an increase of temperature of 2.1 degrees, and we are expecting plus 2 degrees. So the urban scale will be 4 degrees in less than 150 years. And then it's a challenging, especially for the health of our population. We have seen over the last few weeks, we had intensive heat waves, but if you think Vancouver, they've seen died more than 300 people over the last week. So climate change and heat waves is not more something will be in the future, and we are capable to adapt. It's become a necessity today. So how we move in this perspective? The energy intervention is different kind of way, but let's go for mobility. One of the first elements for us is to go for a full electric plan before 2030 for our public fleet. Why we introducing? We're starting from this part because we have an important element in terms of transportation. As we said, we have a low emission zone in place in the city, and a congestion charge that is in place is ongoing. And before in 2023, will be only hybrid vehicles and electric vehicles will be allowed to drive in the city center. So we are moving. So if you introduce restriction for cars, you have to increase the capacity of the public transport, and not only in terms of capacity, but also in terms of sustainability and environmental protection. Last 2 years ago, we have bid the biggest European bid for electric vehicles. We had more than 240, and we're going to have more than 1,100 in the next 9 years. And then it's an important element for this. The other element is the sharing mobility, that the city is now driven with more than 320 stations. And maybe there is some issue with my screen, or only myself speaking and not the presentation, as you said. And so then it's another important. Okay.
Now we see your slides. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. And so we are now moving through the bike and the bike station, and increase the number of the sharing mobility in general. We also have 7 more operators of the car sharing. 1.5 is full electric, because then it's one of the elements. It's important for us to reduce the individual cars, but also allow to use the cars. But then it comes what is the challenging of the last few years we have done. The first is Piazza Aperta is a program. So how we can recover public space and increase the pedestrian area and the bicycle spot and increasing. So Piazza Aperta is a program that will be launched 3 years ago. Now we have 20 new social spaces in the city. We have increase of 20,000 square meters of new pedestrian area, and increase the number of different bicycles. But what does it mean, Piazza Aperta? Piazza Aperta is something like this. Piazza Aperta was a tactical urbanism experience. At the time before, these elements were just occupied by cars. Now it's a place for people. It's a place for society, because we have installed, for example, ping pong tables. It's a place that is white and yellow, for example, because light color on the street help to reflect the solar radiation and reduce the heat waves impact. And this is tactical urbanism. You can see on the top, on the right side, there is 3. Because we also need to let people understand which is the changes we need in the public space. So we have integrated bike transport, we have integrated green, And this spot was created 3 years ago. Now we open a construction site and we're going to make definitely this transformation. From 27 last year, we also get more than 40 on pipeline for the next few years. And then it's an essential element to transform and to make people, the public space more accessible for pedestrians and bikers in terms of cities, because we need to reduce the pollution to prevent health disease for our population. The other element was Strade Aperte. Strade Aperte was a program launched after the pandemic, because once we have seen from the Chinese cities and the other cities went out from the lockdown, there was, and it was normal, less trust on the public transport of the population. So what we have done was to, instead to promote the use of cars, we have promoted and we have delivered more bike lines. We have introduced more ferries, because we need to make people move by bike and not by cars. So what we have done temporary bike lines, like the one that is designed here. That it takes an opportunity, because it was an extraordinary time, to start and get people used also rethinking some of the main roads. This is Corso Buenos Aires. It's one of the shopping road of the city. There was a fighting to make this happen between the the shopping owners and the other players. Because we say if we remove parking, the people are not going to come to consume. Well, we started building cars, we started putting the bike lines, and at the end of the day, they increase the number also of the market, the total value of these. Yes.
Piero, unfortunately, I have to stop you because we have run out of time. But we'll get back to you. Please do not disconnect, because I have a number of questions to ask you. And our next speaker is Patrick Font, Chairman of Air Network of Hong Kong. Patrick, are you online? Can you hear us?
So can I share my screen as well?
Да, пока вы выводите слайды.
Patrick,
Patrick, as far as I know, your organization encourages people to tell more about the consequences of air pollution for health. What kind of approach do you use? What kind of city planning strategies help you reduce air pollution in your city? Patrick, can you hear us?
yes, indeed. Can you hear me?
Мы вас видим и слышим.
Hello?
Yes, we can both hear you and see you.
Okay, fantastic. So I think I'm from Hong Kong, so we represent a city with a very high population density. At the same time, as you can see on my screen, just one photo, it shows you a typical screen, a typical scenario where people are exposed to air pollution. When asked about how we are going to deal with it, there are multiple approaches. I would say using the right policy driver is the most important, because we see environmental issues should be resolved by policy changes that would ensure more sustainable impact to be experienced by the community. As you can see here, we are facing a very challenging situation, not only for the density of the vehicle, which emits a lot of air pollution, but also the close proximity between pedestrian as well as the vehicle. And at the same time, on the side, there are tall buildings which form what we call the street canyon effect that traps all the air pollution here. I would say there are other global cities that are facing similar situation in their CBD. But what we are doing here is that how we could devise a campaign that drives top-down and bottom-up approach to let the awareness building among the community first that found the foundation for further policy change to happen. I would also stress on another point, not only on policy driver, on the public health that would be experienced by all public, and they would support this public health. We would also want to say, don't waste the crisis. As we are all in the COVID crisis, I believe it is the right time to use that to progress a lot of environment initiative or your agenda So put your city council or your city mayor accountable for devising a better, more sustainable transport demand solution, as well as urban planning solution, in addition to emission control solution. When we say emission control solution, it's quite straightforward. Deviate ourselves from fossil fuel towards electric, hydrogen, or other energy mode. But when we're talking about transport demand management, it includes more stakeholders. The questions being, my number 3 point is that how do we devise a relatively safe or risk-limited environment for most stakeholders to step in and to try something first, build up the momentum, get the quick wins, so that all of us would have the confidence and the trust so that we could move on to bigger projects. So we have done similar in terms of having healthier street discussion in Hong Kong. We get the Hong Kong government on board. We get the public sector, the NGOs, the general public on board. We have the private sector on board. What we are doing is a very simple, we call it the social lab, that try to experience what are the pain points out there. And then through design solution, we got all the stakeholders on board in the same room to devise a solution or a process of solution and to tackle the same problem. And in addition to that, we have to think about how to reduce the street canyon effect. So now my number 4 point is that how do we retrofit the urban planning or the already built or the urban old areas in all the CBDs across the world. There are a lot of well-built districts or old towns like what the photo shows. And the question for urban planners is that how do we deal with this? We cannot build more stuff. We cannot change a lot. And people would always say, hey, let's go for new development areas. But here is the point where the population get most health risk from. So we have to do something here. Maybe the setback, we have to think about this. We have to think about how to separate vehicles and pedestrians. We have to think about the first mile and the last mile, how to replace that from over-reliance on vehicular traffic with bike and pedestrian that have been mentioned by previous speakers as well. So within this framework, I think it's possible to reduce the public health risk. And my number 5 point is that we have to think systemically. So not only awareing the issue out there, but how do we get the business sectors as well as the public sector understand we are on the same boat. We have to figure out a systemic solution on how we getting more information, say, related to general public. What's the commuting behavior? What's the overall general IoT stuff? And then is it possible for us to define some of the data information system to coordinate all kinds of these moving parts? And then gradually we have a better picture of the problem, and then that would drive us closer to the right solutions. So that is my number 5 point.
Патрик, спасибо большое.
Patrick, thank you very much. Thank you.
Мы обращаемся к нашему спикеру, Марку.
And we also have another speaker, Mark Neuheisen, professor and researcher of city planning initiatives with impact on human health. Mark, are you with us? Mark, can you hear us? Hello? Mark, you're on mute.
Yes, I'm here. I'm just trying to share my slides. That doesn't go so well yet. Thanks so much for being here. It's great to see. It's great to see what's happening in Milan and in Moscow. Also what Patrick mentioned, I'm based in Barcelona, like Hong Kong, a very compact city, and we have our problems. I think, like we saw before and what we see in many other cities, is that our city environment is still dominated by cars. Even though only 1 out of 4 trips in Barcelona are by car, you know, when you look actually at public space, 60% of public space is occupied by cars, but creates high air pollution levels, but also noise, heat island effects, that takes up space that actually could be used in a better way, for example, by putting in green space. and also reduces physical activity. So in that way, we're looking, I think, to change our current models, what we have for new models. And I would like to talk a couple of minutes about this, what we're seeing. I think one of the things is to try to get the car out of the city. I mean, I think there's a role for cars, but probably outside the city, and focus more on active and public transportation. So, for example, what we're seeing in Barcelona is the introduction of the superblocks, the super IAs. On the left side, you can see the current system, what we're having, where we're having a grid system with cars going left and right, up and down. And the idea of the superblock is to, in a block of 9, to cut the junctions and don't allow the motorized traffic to go through it. Only active transportation like walking and cycling, and also introduce more green space. And overall, there are 500 superblocks planned, and we did a health impact assessment to see if we would implement all the 500 superblocks in Barcelona, how many lives can we save each year, or how many premature deaths could we avoid? And we can avoid almost 700 premature deaths. Half of that are coming from reducing the air pollution levels. Here you can see one of the superblocks that's been implemented already in Sant Antoni. Above on the picture you can see what was before, and then below you can see what is after the implementation of the superblock. So no cars anymore, and more green space. Now this picture is taken in the afternoon, so not too many people around because it's still hot, but you can see the changes. The other urban model that was what we saw already, what referred to in Milan, is the kind of the 15-minute city, where we suggest that all the services, work, school, shops, etc., should be within 15 minutes walking or cycling distance of the residents. This is kind of the model that Paris wants to adopt. I mean, and the way they do it is putting in more services into the neighborhoods and bringing work and living closer together. Of course, I mean, what you can expect is that also you can see more dramatic changes, because at the moment still our neighborhoods are segregated by social economic status, where we have poor living in one part of the city, the rich in the other, and actually a 15-minute city also requires mixing of different population groups. And what I think it's an interesting concept. The more I think the kind of model that may have more impact is the so-called car-free city. Hamburg is hoping to go car-free by 2034, partly because of sustainability issues to meet the climate targets. It's mainly focused on the city center, but I think this is a very interesting development, trying to get all these cars actually away from the city. We wrote a paper on this not so long ago. What are the benefits? And what you can see, I mean, it's, of course, you would reduce air pollution levels, noise levels, you would reduce heat island effects, and at the same time also increase physical activity and green space. And we see already neighborhoods that are actually car-free. This is Vauban in Freiburg, a large car-free neighborhoods with sustainable housing and a lot of green space around. A wonderful area to live, where people go by tram to go to the city center, or cycle or walk to the city center. What all these three models have in common, is what we've seen before as well, is that we need to reduce car use and increase active transportation like cycling. And we often can do that because, what we see is that half the car trips tend to be less than 5 kilometers and easy to cycle. And there are some nice examples. This is Utrecht in the Netherlands, where many people are cycling. We know that if you increase physical activity, if you cycle, people live longer, people have a better mood, I mean, less cardiovascular problems, less CO2 emissions. So it helps to address quite a number of our problems that we have in our society. The other thing is what we need to look at is introducing more green space, also making our streets greener, because we know also that green space helps to increase longevity So it reduces premature mortality. It also reduces mental health problems. People in cities tend to have more mental health problems. And also it reduces other diseases like diabetes and gets people in better moods. At the same time, it can address some of the climate issues that we're having by CO2 sequestration and reducing heat island effects. This is a street in Barcelona. It's Rambla de Poblenou. What I think it's a great example of what we're looking for future streets. And these streets, no cars are allowed to go through. Only local cars are allowed to go to the parking garage. And in the middle of the street, you get people walking on the side. There are cycling lanes. And as you can see, there's lots of trees in the street. And what we see is that the temperature here, for example, in the summer is 4, 5, 6 degrees lower than in streets where there are no trees. And that helps to keep people cool, what is important in a city like Barcelona. Also, we see the air pollution levels much lower and less noise levels. Of course, we need systemic and multi-sectorial approaches. I come from a public health background. I can't change things. So I'm working with urban planners, transport planners, the education sector, actually try to make the changes. If you want to read a bit more about this, the scientific basis for the ideas, this is a paper that I published last year, and you're welcome to send me an email and I can send it to you. Finally, I think the COVID crisis has many cities rethinking how they use public space. And I think it can be a catalyzer to make changes in our cities. I mean, we've seen Milan, for example, where the increase in bike lanes that got a lot of publicity, but many other cities are making similar changes. And I think for that, it's super important that I put a little book together to address this. Many thanks for the attention, and I'm happy to take any questions if there are later.
Thank you so much, Mark. It was a very interesting presentation, and that is true. Pandemic seriously affected our behavior, and thanks God, in some cases, it was a positive effect. I would like to give the floor to Roman Malkin, the director of the Center for Public and Integral Program of Gupmani. Dear colleagues, can you hear me? Yes, thank you so much. Thank you for the opportunity to have a say and share some information with you. I'm going to provide some extra information about some innovative vehicles, and it's a good thing to have scooters, bicycles, other types of bikes, but Moscow cannot do without buses and other means of transportation. As it has been mentioned already, electric buses have become a distinctive feature of Moscow, and we are #1 in the world as to the introduction of these new vehicles. And also we're going to use the new type of buses with hydrogen drive. And also the mileage will be longer, and the comfort will be much higher, and the quality will be better. And I would like to attribute to the Paris Accord, and which said that GHG should be minimized via certain measures undertaken. And last year, the President issued a decree number 463, and by 2030, GHG should be minimized by 80%. Versus the 90s. And also, we have a set of documents being implemented, and this is a special public strategy signed last year, and another strategy for means of transport will be issued in the foreseeable future, and it will make us possible understand what needs to be done, what should be the component parts applied, what should be retained or not. And this particular document presupposes a detailed plan when we are supposed to have the hydrogen localized buses and self-propelled vehicles. And by 2024, I think that electric buses will replace the conventional ones. Thank you, Roman. Looking forward to 2024. Thank you, Roman. Marat Sadikov, the floor is yours. The head of the Design Engineering Department for Electrical Equipment of the Scientific and Technical Center, KAMAZ JC. Roman. Rama, the floor is yours. Thank you for the opportunity to have a say. And this person is fully in charge for upgrading electric buses. Already more than 500 electric buses KAMAZ have been produced, and we jointly with my colleagues supply the line of these buses. It's a very bold project. And what would I like to say? We jointly with NAMI, represented by the sector of industry, actually supposed to organize a joint effort and also support technical solutions. Our electric bus is being modified and optimized and enhanced. And these are new features which become indispensable for our citizens. The interior looks better. The number of seats has been added, and also climate control system was installed. And nothing to mention the comfort. And we actually have even the points for charging some gadgets. And by 2 times we've enlarged those panels, and other systems allow these electric buses to become safe and secure. What is going to happen in the future? Next year, we're supposed to have the supply of these electric buses, and they will have the longer mileage presupposed, and there will be no CO2 as a combustion fuel. And also ADAS system will be installed, as well as AVAS system for those who have an impaired eyesight. And we are looking forward to improving this model with new comfortable features. And what are the trends for KAMAZ products development? That is our future. And that's how this environmentally friendly transport should look like. We're supposed to provide some comprehensive solutions, embedding decarbonization of transport to be localized and in the cities and towns, and the entire fleet will actually be upgraded. Electric trucks are now being tested, and we are discussing some new opportunities for the deployment within the Moscow infrastructure. And we offer some comprehensive solutions, and we would like to take part in other projects, as we have all the skills and habits necessary for comprehensive solutions on the transport component. Thank you, Marat. Decarbonization is a painstaking issue. Yes, decarbonization, so we have to be freed from hydrocarbons. And thank you, Marat. And I would like to get back to Piero. Piero, are you with us? Piero, are you with us? Piero Pelizzaro. Piero Pelizzaro, are you with us? Piero, what are the key strategies in the urban planning and transport policies that you identify to work for modern sustainable cities? Key strategies. Could you enumerate them, please? Piero, are you with us? Looks like we lost the connection with Piero. Piero, we can see you, but we can't hear you. Piero, are you with us?
Piero, вы нас не слышите совсем, да?
Piero, you can't hear us. Okay.
Окей, к сожалению, да.
Unfortunately, there's no connection with Piero, and we couldn't clarify anything as to the strategies. But Piero discussed a very interesting case study of his in Milan, and thank you very much for your contribution. And we've managed within 1 hour to cover quite a number of the material and got connections with various cities and towns from various places. And yes, we have common goals, we have key tasks to implement, and we think that we are looking forward for some new and optimistic agenda. Thank you so much for your kind attention. Hello. Ой, только хотела вам, Алексей, написать, чтобы не торопились. Я успела.
Да. Не, я поел все. Здесь в готовности.
Как что там было вкусненького?
Паста с беконом и трюфельным маслом.
Вау.
Вкусно. Ну, не что-то вот совсем фантастическое, но неплохо. Так, я тогда через 15 минут.
Да. Take your time.
Ну,
Что такое неуверенно?
А?
Какой-то там хезитантный, чего такой?
В смысле?
Ну, не знаю. Можете спокойно идти гулять.
Не, я говорю, вот это вот.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Dear guests, offline and online, of the Moscow Urban Forum and its section, New Aging, Comfortable Environment for Active Longevity. And we are going to discuss as to how to adapt to the aging status. And let me introduce the attendees to our panel. Asul Fatehkina, Analyst Architect, Analytical Center, Moscow Urban Forum, Vladimir Filipov, Deputy Head of Moscow Department of Labor and Social Protection, also we have Teso Chow with us, Lizette Yashnevich, Head of Research Charity Fund Нужна Помощь, and also Janet Spearing, Senior Managing Advisor, B Advice, founder, the Hugawake. Okay, let's start talking about the subject matter of our panel. And originally, all the cities and towns designed for younger generation. It used to be a key priority aspect for planning and development, but everything is getting changed, and in 2022 we're supposed to have more than 1 billion of those 60 plus, and in the foreseeable future it will be 2 billion, and we have to get adapted to this particular situation. And the first speaker is going to dwell upon the survey for Moscow Urban Forum, and also Fatehkina is going to talk. So aging is a dominant reality of the 21st century, and the number of people of aged period is growing, and we call it demographic aging. And 700 million were aging people out of 7.5 billion. It was like 65 plus. By 2050, the share of aging people will be doubled and reach 1.6 billion people. First and foremost, we are now witnessing the shrinkage of a child's birth rate, and as of 1950, the number of children per female in the global context contracted from 5 to 2. But if 70 years ago it was like less 50 years, but nowadays this life expectancy rate is exceeding 70 years, and it means that the population of the age of 70 plus is growing. It's a new reality, and we have to come across this situation, and more than half of the population lives in the cities and towns. Yes, we see the aging of the population, and this graph shows the age structure as of 2005 from 2035. And as to the number of children within the age of 14, so this share is not growing, but the share of aging population is obviously growing distinctively. So this is a global trend, but it is not a universal one for various countries of the world. Yes, but the aging population is definitely growing in all the regions, and Europe and North America are leading. And the aging process started some time ago, and by 2020 the share of the aged population constitutes 20%. 30%. But as to the issue in Latin America, we've been witnessing this trend just now. As to Africa, so this share of aged population has not been changed since 1950. But over the past 15 years, we see a new trend there. The number of the aged population has doubled. And the social infrastructure and healthcare system was considerably impacted by that. But they have the same birth rate status. And therefore, this trend is more or less balanced in these countries. As to the regional trends for aging, and the life expectancy in various regions has its peculiarities. And we may keep track of the dynamics for the fertility rate. And as of 1950, this indicator started to decline in all the regions and countries of the world, with the exception of Africa, and it reaches 2 now. But nowadays in Africa, we've been witnessing another indicator, and it is more than 3 kids per 1 fertile woman. But Africa is going to come across the problem of aging much later than other regions of the world. As to the old continents, and we have Tokyo, Japan, as the largest share of the aged population, and they're going to retain this position in the coming 15 years. And European countries reflect the same picture as it used to be, but in 2035, out of all the countries in the list, we're supposed to have Korea, Singapore in that top list, and in Asia, we're supposed to have the higher pace of aging in the coming 10 years. If we have a look at the world map, we may see how the share of aged population has been changing in various countries of the world. And the share of aged in Europe and North America was growing, but in Asia and in Africa, nothing actually has changed. And we, in a nutshell, discuss the situation in various regions of the world. But what is the current status of Russia? And how to assess the share of the aged population? Actually, the pace is not that fast of growing that share of the strata. The 17% of the population of Russia are people 60 plus, and in the foreseeable future it will be like 20% of this population. But the public support for the aged population, plus social services, plus pensions and higher quality of medical care somehow promote this particular process. But Moscow has this process not very much distinctive as opposed to other regions of Russia. And migration is a distinctive feature and the key reason for that. And the share of aged people and the balance is changing due to the migrants' flow. And Moscow has a higher life expectancy, and it's about 80 years nowadays. Aging is a very complicated process, and it's all about the physiology and social changes. And aging is associated with some changes due to the age in the organism. And whenever we talk about it, we first and foremost mean the biological age. So genetics, nutrition, the conditions of life, and natural modifications incur some factors of risks, bringing up the premature death. Actually, the cardiovascular system, some some malignant tumors and other factors may bring about this situation. And we're talking about 4 behavioral patterns. So tobacco consumption, low physical activity, alcohol abuse, and improper nutrition. And the quality of air at the urbanized territories also affect the respiratory systems and also bring about the aging, the faster aging. And also noise is another factor which affects the aging population. But as to the development of the applied medicine, we may somehow influence this process to a large extent. Thank you for your kind attention. Thank you for your very interesting survey. And I would like to pass the floor to Vladimir Filipov. And it becomes quite clear that Moscow and other mega cities somehow provoke the aging of the population, but the attitude to the aged people is changing. It was like a regressive process. If the person could be ousted from the social, from the community, it's like a third age. But nowadays, it all has been turned upside down. Nowadays, we have a positive outlook for that population. And the population that's all becomes very active and have a good health status, and it's what we've been witnessing so far. And so I would like to put a question to you. What are the developments of Moscow in that sphere? How did it overcome a pandemic, and what are the key priorities for you to highlight?
Thank you very much for the question, and I would like to welcome our audience, both those who are staying here in this hall and those who are watching this session online. I think that it's not the right thing to say that aging is a problem. I mean, growing older is not a problem. We remain the way we are, aren't we? Coaches, psychoanalysts, and trainers keep making the same point over and over again. We need to accept ourselves. We need to establish link to environment, and that's the way to happiness. Somehow, we're getting worried about the fact that the number of old age pensioners is increasing, and average life expectancy is increasing as well. I mean, looking backwards, I think we can say that there may be certain risks associated with these growing numbers. But 70 years old is a regular age, and the challenge that our economy, culture, and society faces is that no matter how old the person is, that person still should have access to convenient and comfortable life. Over the last 10 years, life expectancy in Moscow grew substantially. By 2019, our average life expectancy was 78 years in Moscow, as compared to 70 in 2007. By 2030, we expect life expectancy to be at the level of 85 years. And the number of Muscovites who will be above the age of 60 will be at the level of 4 million people. Now in Moscow, there are about 3 million old age pensioners. We all remember that famous Soviet song that our country is broad and beautiful, and our youngsters have a way to go and grow, and we are paying tributes to our elderly people. But this, I think, is a very dangerous thing. I mean, people get scared. People get scared to become old age pensioners because they don't want to lose the sense of being needed. That's the greatest fear that elderly people have. And the greatest fear that that is dominating the minds of those people who are still working. Our mayor has spearheaded the project called Moscow Longevity. And the point of this project is that we want to change the way our old age pensioners spend time. We don't want them to lay down on the sofa or just passively watch TV. We want them to be active. Even though the people may be thinking that they are no longer needed, they should be prompted to actively do other things like learn to draw or whatever. And this Moscow Longevity has become the largest scale project in Europe that has covered over 400,000 old age pensioners in Moscow. Irregardless of your income or your background, you as an old age pensioner have an opportunity to do whatever you like. I mean, in terms of creative activity, no matter where you live in Moscow. And that helps us support both non-profit and governmental organizations, prompting them to address the matter of old age pensioners. There is a myth which states that, generally speaking, old age pensioners let me rephrase this. We believe that old age pensioners, on average, are better off as compared to students and younger people, which means that there is a lot of business in this segment, and more service providers and suppliers are looking towards old age pensioners as their key customer group. As the number of old age pensioners in Moscow grows, we have non-profit organizations and governmental organizations who are getting money from the state for supporting old age pensioners and catering to their needs, for taking care after them. And they are very, very much concerned about the loyalty of their audience. Those old age pensioners who took part in this Moscow Life Longevity project mentioned that this project has improved their life. Over 30% of them mentioned that once they joined this project, they started feeling better. People are saying that they are becoming more and more interesting as personalities for members of their families, simply because they are no longer focused on very routine things like taking kids to school or getting dinner prepared or warmed up. We have reformatted a network of social centers that has been created in Moscow early in the 1990s. Back then, our social system was on the brink of survival, and all social care was focused on providing some food and warm clothes to those pensioners who were in need. Now these social care centers are being reformatted. We are creating a new type of social space there. Old age pensioners come there, and it's like a lobby of a 4-star hotel. And old age pensioners can talk to each other, can read books, can cook together, can set up activities of their own based on their hobbies. So the city is providing them with the space where they get together, and over 10 centers of this kind have already been opened. 25 more are being opened at the moment, and we are focusing on rolling it out across Moscow. From the social perspective, that's a very important project. And in 2021, those people who back then in the 1991 were economically active, they were 30 years old back then. This generation of people is retiring now. So we cannot trick ourselves into thinking that the only way that interests old people is, let's say, singing together old-fashioned songs or spreading rumors about who did what in their community. Absolutely not. It is very important for us it is very important for us to develop the right attitude to digital environment and digital technologies. And it is fairly easy to do among old age pensioners of the present generation. These people are using digital technologies. They're using gadgets and smartphones in the same way as 30-year-olds or 40-year-olds do this. They order things from the internet, they have social media account, and this constitutes new social reality here in Moscow. Moscow Life Longevity Project was the first one to go online and was the first one to prompt all old age pensioners to stay at home and interact with others online after the pandemic started. It was also important to preserve the mental health of our old age pensioners. We provided them with an opportunity to keep in touch with their friends who they met in these social care centers. They have been drawing, they have been singing, they have been dancing using these gadgets. So they were no longer captured within the walls of their apartments with no way to get out. Many of these people are currently visiting these centers 2 or 3 days a week. So the crisis induced by the pandemic was actually turned into an opportunity. And more than 50% of these people are now saying, yes, we still want to meet each other face to face. And actually, if we compare the average rate of vaccination in Moscow with the average rate of vaccination among participants of this project, then we would see that project participants have a higher rate of vaccination. So they clearly understand how important well-being is, and they understand the responsibility for their own responsibility for their health. So these are the things that we are doing, and in a way, this aging population is a trend, and it's reality, and we will all grow old, provided we observe traffic rules and we go for regular medical checks. So we'll get there anyway. Thank you. And your presentation was quite a revelation to me. Very interesting. And now we would like to move to a new speaker, to Lizaveta Yaznevich, Head of Research in Нужна Помощь Charity Fund. They had a research focusing on studying the well-being of elderly people. So they looked into their economic potential, they looked into the environment in which they live, and into the context of their lives. Elizaveta, please, the floor is yours. Good afternoon. The research that has just been mentioned by our moderators was not focused on contacting physically all old-age pensioners across Russia. We were focused on determining parameters of well-being of our elderly people, and we used data for this. It was a data-driven project, so we collected a great variety of statistical data from different organizations and bodies, and that data, we believe, has given us an objective look upon the situation with old-age pensioners. Let me start with the key conclusion that we made. As per this research, Moscow is leading in all parameters. On the one hand, Moscow is a trendsetter, And on the other hand, I think it will be fair to say that Moscow should be benchmarked against other territories. Probably should not be. So there should be some other way of benchmarking Moscow itself, and that's the task that research centers like us have to sort out. But Moscow is far above all other regions as per this research. St. Petersburg is fairly close to Moscow, which is quite understandable. Khanty-Mansiyski region is next, Kamchatka. And we were also astonished to see that Kaluzskaya region was also leading in a number of these parameters. Yes, you may be prompted to say that Moscow is unique and nobody else can compare with Moscow in terms of the level of development, but I encourage you to go and look around the Kaluga region. So these are the parameters that we studied. We looked into the health of our elderly people. Life expectancy has already been mentioned today as a generic indicator, but we tried to decompose it and we looked deeper into it using Rosstat statistics. We took a look at the active period of life after the age of 55. We also, and it's 22 years as compared to 18 years on average across Russia. Then we took a look at their working patterns. So why do elderly people want to work? Well, if you don't have money, if you have no income, you are forced to work. But on the other hand, if you are very qualified experts whose services are very much sought after, then you're willing to share your experience with your younger colleagues. But just looking at the set of data, it is very difficult to determine which part of our elderly people is working because they have to and which part is working because they want to. Generally speaking, in Moscow, all elderly people work because they want to. This is what our data states. And a big share of those old age pensioners who are currently working in Moscow is attributed to people at fairly high positions or people who are highly professional experts. So we looked, apart from everything else, we looked into the well-being of elderly people. And sociologists normally used to gauge income through looking at what these people can afford to buy. And it was a random research that was carried out by Rosstat, which found out that 6% of elderly people are unable to afford buying clothes, which means that they are completely poor, below the poverty line. That's the situation in Moscow, and in Russia that percentage is higher. We looked at how much these elderly people, or to what extent these elderly people are covered by medical services and social care services. And the numbers may look different, but generally speaking, both in terms of medical coverage and social care coverage, Moscow as a city is a lot better off as compared to other regions of Russia. And the same conclusion, or the same thing goes for leisure time. In Moscow, more than 50% of elderly people visit cinemas, museums, theaters, exhibitions, concerts, or restaurants. And across Russia, only 38% of old age of elderly people can afford to go somewhere during their leisure time. It has been mentioned here today that air pollution and general pollution, generally speaking, is a factor of a city life, and that factor impacts lives of elderly people. And it has also been mentioned today that it is important to keep these elderly people engaged. And there is a reason, and there is data showing why people are unwilling to go in for sports or to do physical exercise. And the most important reason is physical condition. They are simply not fit enough. But this second biggest reason is that they're not interested. They're not interested in being actively engaged into social life. And their participation is limited to what they do for their family. And I think I'll stop here, and I will stop by saying that there is a concept of self-stigmatization, and in some cases it's specific to elderly people because they do not see themselves as somebody who is worth speaking to, or as somebody who would like to go somewhere and engage with other people. Elderly people lose interest to all these things simply because they do not see themselves as people who remain active members of community with all the rights that a member of community should have. And whilst interacting with them, we come up with different options. We show what other elderly people can do. All right, thank you very much. We have talked about aging. In cities, we looked into social care programs which are available in Moscow. We looked into the numbers, highlighting the condition of elderly people as a social group. We looked at who these elderly people are. And now let's talk about city planning. It's an urban forum after all. Stacy Chow is our next speaker.
Well, we've spoken a lot about new aging, how the cities are changing, the population is changing, and how the urban space should adapt to those changes. And of course, we should continue to build urban space that is good for everyone, which should include everyone. But we can see as well that at the current point, we see a huge shift which is connected to the aging process, and that the space should be made not only to sustain, to help the elderly, but to help them being active, being healthy, and to be the part of society, active part of society for as long as possible. Please, with no further ado, I will give you the stage.
Yes, thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Stacy Chow, and I am the head of the department and also the professor of Department of Urban Planning at National Cheng Kung University in Taiwan. And today I'm very honored to be invited into this forum and share some of my research inspirations of age-friendly cities regarding my past research. So the title I want to share with you is The Resilient and Aging in Place, Human-Based Planning for an Aging Society. And this is about me, and my research field are mainly focused on these four topics. And I always have very strong interest in understanding how humans interact with the built environmental settings. And that's why I have established a lot of international research networks with top universities in the world, and we managed to publish a lot of book chapters and journal papers regarding how the especially aging society and aging populations interact with the built environment, and how planning and design tools, especially statutory plan and regulations, can react to this aging trend. And this is my latest book publication, and this book is based on the 8 domains that promoted by the WHO Age-Friendly City, the guide, and we try to initiate the dialogues with the Asian urban settings and how the older people living their lives in the Asian area, and we try to have this conversation with the global and or the international experiences. So welcome to check on my book. And so my talk will be divided into several parts. The first part, I think, is the modern trend and a modern challenge for developing a resilient city in Taiwan as well as in the world. And from the physical environment perspective, the urbanization trend, which happens everywhere, especially in Russia as well as in Taiwan. So this is the global trend of urbanization. But on the other hand, we are having the climate change threat at the same time. And Taiwan is more vulnerable than most of the areas in the city, in the world. So according to the World Bank, 73% of population in Taiwan actually exposed to more than 3 types of natural disasters. So we are standing at a rather vulnerable physical environment. And if we look at the social perspective, in Taiwan, we are facing the rapid aging trend. So according to our projection, by 2060, 42% of the total population in Taiwan will be age over 60, and which is a lot more than most of country in the world. And on top of that, we're getting into the era of pandemics. Actually, the COVID-19 is very bad in Taiwan right now, and this is not the first time we're facing the communicable disease pandemic, huge pandemic in Taiwan. We also face SARS, bird flu, swine flu, etc., etc. It started to add up more vulnerabilities and topics or issues about resilient cities in Taiwan. Also, I'm sure most of the countries facing very similar challenges at the same time. So when seeking for the solution, and if we look at the global context, the publication by the Habitat 3 held in Brazil in 2016, the New Urban Agenda actually mentions that the cities can be the source of solution if well managed and well planned, which means if we adapt urban policies, regulations, legislations, design and planning tools, it might be help to deal with these 4 threatening challenges. And WHO also step up saying that improved health through urban planning is an emerging trend at the same time. So yes, we might think urban planning and design might be one of the answers, but this is also the first time in the human history that we're having so many aging populations. It never happened before. So this is a new territory for urban planners to study. So there are a lot of knowledge gap that we need to fill before we can have a better city setting designed to adapt the older population, like Guardian mentioned that. So the one knowledge gap is, in the past, in the traditional urban planning way, we seldom considered health outcome as an important factors when we are doing planning or design. Yes, we consider emotion, mental health, but we actually neglect a lot of interactions, strong connections between the health outcome and environmental factors. Actually, we realize by now the dementia, depression, obesity, or COVID-19, they're all highly related to how built environment is planned and designed. So, but in the past, when we are collecting data for doing a plan for the city, we don't actually have the data of where and how and why the health outcome of the people, of the residents in the city, and how do we deal with that through urban planning and design tools. And the other knowledge gap is the professional arrogance. You know, we think we know it all. So, but actually, in Taiwan, it is very, very normal for the planners to think, yes, we put parks. And then people must be healthy because we have sufficient parks. But what do we think we really know? And do people actually use parks that we put on? And we need more cross-disciplinary studies and to help us to understand what kind of land use, what kind of urban form can deliver aging in place better. And that's why the health map promoted by Marcus Grant and Hugh Barton is very, very helpful when we are having these discussions. So the third part I want to share with you is the human-based planning. The WHO started to understand the importance to connect the urban territorial planning with the public health. And so this is the structure that pretty much I think I can tell the current need for the planners that we need to understand. We need to understand more about our main user, which is the older population that we neglected for so many years. So we need to understand their individual living experiences, especially through well-being survey, psychological measurements, and we understand how they live in the city and how do they feel about the city, and trying to build up through the analytical lens to study with the environmental conditions at the same time. And this is what we have been doing in the past 5 or 6 years already. And we have published a lot of journal papers and trying to understand or trying to investigate the links between environment and older peoples, and for the urban green space, and also how vulnerable people like older people deal with the environment factors after severe disasters and in the rural areas as well as. So these are the new territory that we're trying to study right now. So I want to share with you some of the cases that we have studied. This actually has been published as the book chapter with Nancy Marshall and Bishop, Kate Bishop. And we try to understand how the older people in Taiwan, their reaction and their exercise behavior and exercise-based planning, and we try to understand the relationship with that by conducting over 300 questionnaires in the selected communities. And we also use Islam test borrowed by the medical school, trying to understand the mild cognitive impairment levels of the respondents. And the result, actually, we find out there's a positive correlations between size and quantity of exercise spaces with the respondents' cognition level, as well as the exercise frequency. And also, I want to point out is we need to avoid the stereotype of older people. And certain urban planning tools like urban regeneration is frequently or emphasized by today's urban planners, saying that, yes, we can make city more livable by promoting urban regeneration. But under the aging society, it actually can cause isolations of older people because you disturb their formal ways of life and local identities. And this is something that we have to bear in mind. And also, so inspired by that, we also conducted a research about urbanization process and older elderly's mental conditions. And we conducting 254 questionnaire surveys in 4 aging communities with high prevalence of depression that we work together with our medical school and with our hospital, university hospital. So we also adapt the geriatric depression scale, GDS, to see how older people's mental condition. And the result is quite interesting. The urban forum and street networks that the respondent live is like this. It's quite with narrow alleys, highly populated and dense buildings, but they are actually playing a positive role to support older adults, and they feel safe and they feel secure, not crowded. And these might, if you do anything to disrupt this kind of environment, it might cause them quite disturbance in mental health or feelings. And also, the most recent research we have done is trying to understand older people's self-rated health with urban forum as well as their environmental perception in different urban forum. So we have traditional urban forum and we have modern urban forum. And the result is also quite interesting in Taiwan that the facility accessibility, environmental amenity, or social capital are significant influential factors to older adults' self-rated health, but not walkability of the neighborhood. And also we realize that sometimes in the traditional urban forum, we don't have enough open space, but that's not important, or that's not, it doesn't matter to older people. For them, they would rather have one decent quality, well-designed open space than 10 poorly designed open space. So quality is more important. And in this kind of highly dense urban areas, less sometimes is more. And this is something that we realize in our recent studies. So we understand that there need
Janet,
more
I'm really
cross-disciplinary.
Yeah,
I need 30 seconds.
But yeah, we really need to finish. Yeah, and move on.
Yeah. So this is, I will stop right here, and this is how we have the public health department work with urban health department, urban planning department, and to allocate best location for daycare center for the elderly. And this is how we process things. And this is how we also doing in the university to have cross-disciplinary studies for students. And thank you very much. Sorry for the delay.
Not a deal. Thank you so much, Tessa. Sorry for interrupting you. We need to move forward to our next speaker, Jeanette Spearing. The thing is that the housing for the elderly till, I would say in 20th century, they looked more like barracks, and the concept of healthy space for people of old age, and especially for those with the mental health issues or even dementia, is still an issue. It's still a long way to go and realize what these spaces should look like and how they should work. And Janet is the founder of a village where mainly people with, so it's designed for people with dementia, severe dementia, and Alzheimer. We're really short on time, so please, Janet, the stage is yours.
Thank you for giving me the stage, and I'll do my utmost to finish between the allotted time. So I'll have to go through some slides more quickly. The Hoogwijk. The Hoogwijk is, what you already said, a community for people living with severe dementia. That means if you come to live in the Hoogwijk, you will only live there for about 2 years, and the average age is about 86. What we've done with creating the Hoogwijk, our care concept, is that we disrupted traditional nursing home care. Nursing home care is still very traditional. It's medical based. It is in ugly buildings, large facilities, institutions, and we wanted to get rid of that. So we challenged the culture in the care for people living with severe dementia. And we disrupted the existing view by emancipating people with dementia and giving them back quality of life. We created a kind of a community where people have a complete freedom to make their own choices, continuously supported by the best healthcare professionals, because when you are affected by dementia, you lose your ability to make your own day structure. So that lively community where people can meet and participate, it fosters autonomy and independency, and it enables residents to stay part of society. In the Netherlands, about 85% of people living with dementia are able to cope at home with informal carers, relatives and friends, and 15% of them move into a nursing home. Just some few facts on dementia. Dementia causes really fear, depression, restlessness and aggression. And a traditional nursing home where people are running around in uniforms and which is a kind of a hospital-like environment confuses residents with dementia. They are too big, people need places they can oversee, and often people live together who do not share the same values and the same norms. We think that nursing homes are places where there is a one-size-fits-all, but people stay an individual also when they become diagnosed with dementia. So our behavior and the environment can influence these symptoms. We had that old nursing home, what you see on the left, and we transformed it into the Hoogewijk, which is already operational now by about 12 years. And we did that by rehumanizing the care and innovation and change in the way that we got rid of the medical model and we replaced it with the social relational model, which focuses on possibilities that are still in people living with dementia and not trying to cure them, because there's no cure for dementia. And we do not focus on their disabilities. And we rehumanized by using 3 guiding principles. We deinstitutionalized, we transformed the whole organization in order to be able to normalize the care. These are just some pictures and an impression of the Hoogewijk, but look us up on the internet, there's a lot of information you can find there. And I think that you will agree with me that if you look at these pictures, it doesn't look like a traditional nursing home. Some key figures, I will skip this. I only mentioned that the Hoogewijk consists of 27 homes, 27 separate homes where 6 to 7 people with severe dementia live in each home and where they are supported by professional carers. And that we added a restaurant, pubs, a supermarket, theater, everything you find in a regular Dutch village we added to the Hoogewijk. When we started with designing the Hoogewijk and we came up with the Hoogewijk care concept, we did not have a very clear model to structure our change. So afterwards, and we call it that we reverse engineered our process, and we came up with the Be Advised paradigm to enable others also to look and to create at more quality of life for people living with dementia. And the paradigm exists of 7 pillars, which are completely interrelated and integrated, and which are looked at from 4 domains: the individual, the home, the living environment, organization, and process. And you can apply this paradigm to the development of whatever environment you want to design for a specific group of people. Just to focus on a favorable surrounding, we found out that by creating a recognizable environment, we can really reduce stress and fear. We have fully fledged kitchens in every house, so there is no big institutional kitchen. Every dinner is cooked in the house, and residents are able to go to the fridge and take a snack whenever they want. They are not dependable on staff. Small scale, 6 to 7 people in a house, no big wards, no big eating spaces. So there's time to eat, which really benefits the health of people and keeps them also active in doing something. You have to do your groceries, so carers and residents, they go to the supermarket. We do not have a large store. We have a supermarket where you can get everything that you need to live the life in these houses. We have different spaces outdoors, more restive ones, so you can choose, because choice is still very important. We offer variety, so you can choose where you want to, where you feel the most comfortable. In regard to health, active aging has already been mentioned by the other speakers. We really believe in creating freedom for everyone who lives in the Hoogwijk to go outside on their own, to exercise, to socialize, and give meaning to a day, which is, of course, very risky, and we have to discuss risks instead of locking people and restricting them and having no freedom at all. Social inclusion and emancipation, inclusion also in urban design environments. Let's not segregate people living with dementia or any other disability. We have to include them in society. We have to invite, we reversed the inclusion. We invited children in. We have a lot of volunteers, but we also go out into the markets. But what we need, and that's for the future, is that before we can open up all the
Vanessa, we cannot hear you. Sorry, we cannot hear you.
Unfortunately, we have a problem with connection, I think, and I hope Vanessa will reconnect. And I would like to take this opportunity to ask our speakers some questions. Let me start with Vladimir. I have one question, and so my question relates to digital solutions. Well, on the one hand, one may think that social isolation and lockdown is a problem, and digital technologies is a way around this problem. On the other hand, you have tested these solutions when the pandemic broke out. Do you think that this will become a sizable and meaningful part of social care system in Moscow? Well, I would like to say that unless we got prepared beforehand for a crisis like pandemic, then we wouldn't be able to weather this storm. I mean, we would be in a lot worse situation. Those digital solutions have not been developed because of the pandemic or during this pandemic. This pandemic just will act as a catalyst. It has prompted us to implement these solutions quicker. And talking about our social care project, of course, not all our old age pensioners are using gadgets to communicate with each other. There were 215,000 unique participants of this Moscow lifelong longevity program. So 215,000 people were visiting all these classes in person, and 80,000 out of this number continued to communicate online. 80,000, it's still a big part, but it's not 100%. So on the one hand, digital communication cannot totally substitute for face-to-face communication. And 50% of all participants of our project keep saying that they still want to meet face-to-face, but at the same time, they would like to keep their experience of online communication. So they will be combining two experiences. We have another question I'd like to ask. Janet this question. We talked about self-stigmatization. What do you think, what kind of a role a third-party organization can play here? Who do you think can help take care after elderly people and can help to destigmatize them? I think the key thing is the approach. There are large-scale state-funded programs, and they all start with developing a concept. But at the same time, all non-profit organizations they have a different starting point. Sometimes these programs start from a personal case, or personal trouble. And then looking into it, you start developing general understanding of how widespread this is in a community. So there are different approaches which are being used to take care after elderly people, and all these approaches have been developed in the field, so to speak. And as we plan large-scale programs, as we plan dramatic changes in the lives of particular social groups, we need to be mindful of those practices which are being used at the moment. Normally, non-profit and non-commercial organizations are very good in using these practices and in developing them. So when we work out all these programs, we have to capitalize on the experience of non-profit organizations. Now, regarding self-stigmatization. Self-stigmatization is a phenomenon which can hardly be described in hard numbers. I can't say that non-commercial or non-profit organizations know better how to handle self-stigmatization as a social phenomenon. No, they don't. But the point is that the members of the non-profit organizations' teams, they interact with elderly people on a more frequent basis. So I think the way to resolve this problem is to change the way you look upon the elderly people. These are not the people who require help. These are people who have their own interests, who have their own needs. So it's all about setting the right context for the approach. And this approach can be exercised both by governmental bodies and non-profit organizations, but I think non-profit organizations have a better experience in this field and better understanding. We have run out of time, and Janet has disconnected for a second, but I'd like to ask her a question, and that question relates to the project that was mentioned here.
Well, during the program of Hogway, you created a pretty special space for people with dementia and different mental health issues. But do you see that your experience can be not copied or replicated, but can be translated in new context for the cities, because the issue exists everywhere, and especially in huge cities, because depression and mental health issues are fairly connected to the urban space? Please.
Thank you for your question, but I lost the first part. Can you please repeat that?
Okay. The first part was, your experience is, of course, unique. It cannot be replicated or copied worldwide. But do you see that there are some approaches or ways to make it possible to be used in different contexts, in different countries and cities?
Yeah. Well, what we have created in the Hoogwijk is unique, but what I try to explain with the V-Advice paradigm, which is a kind of structuring model in framing and creating an own vision on how you want to have people experience quality of life. It is completely reproductive, and it is sustainable. There are already dementia villages based upon the Hoogwijk all over the world. There are some in Australia, some in Italy. Well, you can find them if you look for them. So they can be replicated. And of course, you have to take into account the norms and values of every different country where you want to start with a project like this. And we are in a more urban environment. You can do it in a more rural environment. But I think when you are going to design in a more urban environment, then integrating not institutions but communities for those with severe dementia, where they can stay part of society, can be done everywhere.
Thank you, Janet. Дорогие гости, форума, участники панели. Большое спасибо.
Thank you very much for your answer. And thank you. I would like to thank all the speakers for very interesting presentations. Unfortunately, our time is limited, and I do hope we can continue this discussion on the sidelines of the forum. Thank you very much, and good luck to you.
Дорогие гости Конгресса,
ladies and gentlemen, dear guests of our Urban Health Congress, my name is Grigory Maltsov and welcome to this session. It's mental health care, psychological support for citizens. And during this panel discussion, we'll be talking about mental disorders, psychological comfort, and ways to deal with mental and psychological disorders. We have a problem of stress, of depression. This problem is attributed to factors like work, permanent stress, environmental factors, and COVID-19 pandemic has added to this stress and seriously affected the comfort of people. A lot of people do not feel well when socially isolated. Like, for example, I'm sort of isolated on this stage today. I'm alone here. But let me introduce our guests and our speakers. But before I do so, I'd like to mention that stress and depression may become a factor of life in the life of every person. Each of us can experience that over the course of our lives. Today, we have Poppy Jaman, CEO of City Mental Health Alliance, as our speaker, Anastasia Vinnikova, who will be a co-presenter for Poppy Jaman, and Anastasia is responsible for well-being in Bank of England. Mary Larivara, Director of MEIELI Mental Health Finland, and we have Daria Utkina, a founder of Berezno k себе, meaning tender attention to your tender attitude to yourself. Poppy Jaman and Anastasia Vinnikova, please, the stage is yours.
Poppy, can
Thanks,
you hear
Gregory.
Okay, perfect.
That's fine, and I'm just gonna, let me just screen share to kick off, because I've got a presentation. I was quite enjoying the music then, Gregory.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, can you see my screen?
We can see you, but I'm not sure if we can see the screen. Yeah. Okay.
Does that work?
Yeah, perfect. It's working.
Great.
Yeah.
Okay, so look, thank you so much for inviting us to the Moscow Urban Forum, and I'm absolutely delighted to be here to talk about the role of workplace mental health. It's such an important subject and one that's extremely close to my heart. My colleague and friend Anastasia and I are going to do a double act, and I will try and set the scene, talk a little bit about the global picture, and then Anastasia, who is an award-winning mental health and well-being lead here in the City of London in one of our most prestigious organisations, the Bank of England, will then talk through the case study of Bank of England and why such an institute that is set in the financial sector is talking about and delivering on mental health. So please bear with us for the next 25 minutes while both of us talk through our presentation. So let me begin a little bit about myself and the City Mental Health Alliance. So our vision is to create mentally healthy workplace. And for me, that is about making sure that every business in the financial services sector will protect, will support, and create positive mental health for the people that work for them. And we set that vision up 10 years ago at the end of the financial crisis, when we saw a significant increase in stress, distress, suicidal ideation and suicide in the City of London, primarily amongst men of a certain age. And that led business leaders to come together from Goldman Sachs, KPMG, Linklaters, Bank of England, Financial Conduct Authority. On our website, you can see the list of the 30 big financial institutes and organizations that are our members. they all came together to try and solve this problem, because what we realized is that the bankers were blaming the accountants were blaming the lawyers, and this vicious circle was going round and round. And so the City Mental Health Alliance is the community for mentally healthy businesses. And what we did is brought all parts of the financial sector into a room to have a conversation, a compassionate dialogue about mental health, and to solve this problem together. 10 years on, we're in Hong Kong, Australia, Singapore. We're also developing chapters in India, Portugal, New Zealand. And I do hope that in time we will also be able to speak to businesses in Russia, in Moscow, in St. Petersburg around mental health, and maybe even have an ambition to have a presence and support businesses here in Russia. But the main thing about the City Mental Health Alliance is it is led by each country. So it is not Western leadership coming in and saying, this is how to do it. This is us saying, we are the mental health community, and when we come together, business-led, expert-guided, we can create a safe space for businesses to work together on this issue. So why is this such a big deal, and why are businesses thinking about this? I'll let you read the data that I've just presented here, but if I say to you that every 40 seconds, someone somewhere in the world is dying by suicide. So by the time we have finished this presentation, you can do the maths on how many people we will have lost in the world. 2 years ago, the Lancet Commission reported that mental illness is on the rise in every country in the world. And it will cost the global economy 16 trillion by 2030. And it is estimated that 12 billion working days are lost to mental illness in a year. In the UK, we know that mental ill health already costs the city businesses £45 billion a year. But no price, and I say this again with clarity, no price can be put on the human struggle and the loss that we feel if we lose someone to mental health struggles, especially when we know that many of these struggles and many of the deaths by suicide are preventable by a simple conversation. So this is some of the data that was presented before the pandemic, but we know that mental health struggles has been further exacerbated by the pandemic. People have not been able to access support even if they wanted to. And one of the data points that's really important here is that 10% of people in the UK accessed support for their mental health in the peak of the pandemic in their workplace. And that did several things. One, it took the burden off of our health system. Two, it meant that people were accessing support in an early intervention before their issues got so big that they were in crisis. And three, it started to normalize the conversation around mental health in every business, in every organization. And I know that Anastasia will be talking about that a little bit more. So let me just take you one step back. What is mental health? Here is a definition from World Health Organization. But often, when I say mental health, if I said to anybody on this call today, do you have mental health? I imagine most people would say no. But if I said to you all, do you have physical health? You would probably say yes. And this is really key. If you don't take anything else away from this presentation today, I would like you to really think about that. We all have mental health just like we have physical health. Sometimes the words mental health is misunderstood for mental illness. 1 in 4 people will experience a common mental health issue like depression, like anxiety. 1 to 3 person in 100 will experience something more severe like bipolar, psychosis. But we all have mental health in the sense that actually we are emotional human beings, and we healthy relationships foster our mental well-being. Giving, altruism, taking time out, being kind, that fosters our well-being. Moving and exercise fosters our mental well-being. Meditation, yoga, being present, those things foster our mental well-being. And what I've just named is the 5 ways to well-being. So just like our physical health can be supported with exercise and healthy eating, we can practice what I call the 5 ways to well-being, and that, please do look that up, the 5 ways to well-being, and they help foster our mental health and well-being. And if we practice those 5 things every day, every week, we create resilience so that when life struggles come our way, we are less likely to be at risk of mental health or mental illness. I hope that makes sense, but there is a real issue around stigma and the fact that we do not give mental health the same platform as physical health. And I really wanted to draw that out in today's presentation. So what does risk our mental health? How does our mental health become at risk? Trauma, loss, bereavement. In the pandemic, millions of people have died around the world, and some families have lost more than one person. So the accumulative multiple stresses of life, like financial worries, like bereavement, like starting a new family, like moving, like poor housing, injustice, poverty. These are all the things that can put us at risk of developing mental illness. And I go back to, how do we practice well-being, enhancing our well-being through making sure that we foster good relationships, that cities are designed with good housing, good transport, good education systems. But underneath all of that, we must still create opportunities and normalize the conversation around mental health by remembering that we all have mental health and that is different to mental illness. Because this is the Urban Forum, I really wanted to draw an analogy with road safety on this. Every single person will know that actually, in order to be safe on roads, we have to pass a driving test. There's rules and regulations in every city in the world, in every country in the world, around road safety. And I took this data from 2018, which shows that there were almost exactly the same number of fatalities through road traffic accidents in Russia as there were suicides in 2018. And I just invite you to pause and look at those numbers for a moment and reflect on how we talk about suicide and how we might talk about deaths and fatalities in relation to road traffic accidents, both tragic, yet the stigma is such that one, we will have compassion in a family situation, in discussions, but the other we will often sweep under the carpet and we won't talk about it. If I look at it from a parent perspective, I taught my children to cross the road by holding their hand and making sure that they were safe. But when it comes to mental health struggles and they start talking to me about their feelings and their emotions and the things that they may or may not be coping with very well, and that relates to mental health, their potential mental illness developing, actually shame comes in and stigma comes in. And I might end up saying to them, don't talk about that. And that is the number one thing that we all need to change. We all need to become educated on how to have a conversation around mental health. And we need to facilitate that discussion in our families, in our communities, in our workplaces. So Finally, just a couple of more minutes. I said to you earlier, 10% of people access mental health support at work, and that took the pressure off of the NHS. This is the leader of our health system, paying a very big compliment to the City Mental Health Alliance. Workplaces are a cornerstone of society, and they have a strong role to play in ensuring the prevention of mental health struggles developing. So every business, every organisation, every employer can do 3 things to change this. First of all, I think mental health needs to be a boardroom agenda. During the pandemic, we heard every person, regardless of where you are in a business, ask the question, how are you? We need to continue asking the question, how are you? And we need to be listening to that. But we also need to make sure that boards are measuring how the health of their people are and what they can do to continue to support them. The second thing that we need to do is storytell. When we tell stories of our mental health struggles, particularly those people in senior roles, we signal to our young people, to our family members, to our children, that actually it's okay to have a conversation around mental health, and here's some of the things that we can do. Each time someone tells their story, it diminishes the shame a little, and that moves us towards normalizing mental health, and that has got to be something that every country in the world is doing. And the third thing we can do is make sure that we work together. You know, cities around the world aren't just doing this because it's the right thing to do. I've already shown you the data around the cost to economy. This is about collaboration, governments, businesses, social care, education, all coming together to protect the next generation. There really is no health without mental health, and no city can be strong if its people are not resilient. So with that, I'm going to hand over to you, Anastasia, just to talk us through the Bank of England's case study.
Thank you so much, Poppy. And firstly, I just wanted to highlight what an honour it is to be speaking here today. As a Russian woman, it's great for me to be able to connect to my heritage and my passion for well-being. So, as Poppy discussed, employers are the cornerstone of society, so organisational cultures and working practices have implication far beyond the walls of offices and, workforces. And that's something that we understand and are deeply passionate about at the Bank of England, where we have a duty and a responsibility to serve the public. And I want to talk about some of the wellbeing work that's taken place at the Bank of England by sharing a little of my own personal story, echoing what Poppy discussed just now about the power of sharing human experiences. So I've struggled with anxiety and depression since I was about 17, and I think what makes my story pertinent to presenting at the Moscow Urban Forum at a Russian conference is that as a Russian woman living in the UK, I still retained much of my Russian mentality around mental health and emotional health. And there are many things culturally which allude to, I think, our desire to not only present a certain image of ourselves externally, but also the necessity to come across as strong and resilient at all times. And some typical Russian phrases which I wanted to share, which resonated in my own head as I was going through these mental health struggles, were things like, "Не выносить ссор из избы," keep your arguments in your household. "Мужчины не плачут и не танцуют," men don't cry or dance. Работа и труд все перетрут. Hard work and effort conquer everything. Слезами горю не поможешь. Tears do not help grief. And these are very telling about the way that I believed mental health and emotion should be handled because of my cultural background, and I think importantly for this session reflect the impact that societal norms can have on our own perceptions of well-being. Equally, what's interesting to note is the language barrier to discussing mental health and well-being. It felt like in English there were softer phrases which spoke about the health of the mind, whereas in Russian, which was my mother tongue, all those same phrases felt very clinical, medical and final. And another example of societal behaviours, which organisations I believe can help to shape, can impact personal attitudes to mental health. And that's not a criticism, it's simply an observation, because in the UK when I was 17, we weren't that advanced in this space either, so I had no awareness or education around mental health to lean on, and I didn't really know what to do with myself. And it wasn't until many years later, when I joined the Bank of England 5 years ago, that I understood the profound impact of a positive organisational culture that's open to and supportive of well-being. When I joined the bank, suddenly I found access to so much support and so many colleagues some significantly more senior than me, sharing their experiences and stories of mental ill health and how it hadn't hindered their professional progression. I very quickly understood that I was in a place where I could look after my health and build a framework around me that would enable me to succeed. The history of the wellbeing movement at the bank is really interesting and it's very deep-rooted. We've had in-house staff counsellors since the 1970s. We signed a public pledge to be open about mental health in the workplace in 2013. And next year, our employee-led mental health network will celebrate a decade of existence. But this topic for organisations and for societies requires consistent development and work. More recently, we've recognised that wellbeing is actually something that's very hard to articulate. So we came up with our first ever wellbeing strategy at the end of 2019. And although we're currently reviewing it to make it more measurable, for now what it has done is given us a definition of what does wellbeing actually mean to our organisation and why is it important? And that's a really important foundation to have to progress the wellbeing agenda in the workplace. We've also focused on wellbeing and the cultures associated with positive mental health being crucial right across all levels of the organisation. This means our leaders, training and skilling them in topics ranging from mental health and resilience through to supporting others on pregnancy loss, but it also means our new joiners, equipping them with the tools that they need to look after themselves and others around them, such as active listening. We've particularly tried to recognise the challenges of our younger colleagues making that difficult transition from education into the world of work, and we've enjoyed working with the City Mental Health Alliance and other organisations in progressing this agenda. Our feeling is that wellbeing is universal, and so our approach to it should be too. We've also recognised that workplace wellbeing isn't just about those mental health challenges that we face at work, it's the entirety of life. The challenges of our colleagues don't stop because they've walked through the office door or because they've logged into their computer for work. Difficulties like infertility, serious health condition diagnoses, bereavement, as Poppy mentioned, relationship problems, they all have the potential to impact our colleagues. So our support offering has to be holistic, inclusive and understanding of all of those different contexts that contribute to how we feel within ourselves. In acknowledgement of that, we were delighted this year to extend our emotional support helpline to cohabiting friends and relatives of our employees, recognising that the people that we care about also form a huge part of our wellbeing experience. We've been very fortunate at the bank, but also very clear that, it's not just about thinking that we've got it right and that we can stop there. We try to measure, we try to share, and we definitely try to listen to our colleagues, importantly, but also to our peers across other organisations. We've experienced the immense power of learning from other organisations, and that's been through forums like the City Mental Health Alliance, because to emphasise, it's not just about us and our individual goals, it's about the responsibility that we have as organisations to create mentally healthy societies. I personally would encourage other cities, institutions and organisations to also reflect on the imperative for progress and wellbeing in the mental health space, and to consider how much more of an impact we can have on the society around us and the societal norms and behaviours around mental health if we work on this agenda collaboratively. Thank you.
Thank you, Poppy. Thank you, Anastasia. Before moving forward to another speaker, may I ask you a few questions that I have in mind. The first one would be to Poppy, as you are leading such a huge, important organization, which organizes companies which produce stress, but at the same time are trying to fight it. How tough is the task to form leadership, and where these leadership should come from in order to start thinking about work-related stress and the strategies to cope with that?
Thanks, Gregory. Look, so this is absolutely a leadership issue, and every business that we're working with around the world, it's the chief executives who have spoken to us, or me personally, to go, what can we do to support our people now, especially as a result of the pandemic, but what can we do to build the future of work so that people come to work and feel like their job is great for their mental health, and their job is part of their well-being toolkit, because we want to attract, retain and grow talent. So this isn't a health issue which needs to sit in HR. This is a business strategy issue to ensure that businesses grow talent and retain its USP in a competitive environment. And I think that's exactly right. This is a boardroom agenda, because if you haven't got great people working for you, and if you're not able to take care of those people, you're not going to foster loyalty, you're not going to foster belonging, and therefore your business in itself is at risk. And I think the numbers that I put up there speak for itself.
Thank you, Poppy. I have a couple of questions in mind, but I'll circle back to you if we'll have time. Catherine, I have also one question for you, which is related to the working group, which is usually, I guess, missed out, about the young people who are just starting their career. Is it really an issue, the process of looking for a job? Is it that stressful for them to begin the career, to work as a temps or junior staff? What do you think?
Yeah, I think absolutely. I think it's a challenge that's been underestimated for a long time. And just before the pandemic, what we started to see was research emerging and suggesting that actually young people who are entering the workforce are particularly vulnerable and having significant difficulties with their mental health. There was some research that was done by Accenture that suggested that in the UK, 77% of young people had already experienced mental health challenges by the time that they had entered the workforce. And increasingly what we're hearing is that it's a very competitive kind of market for looking for jobs after you've finished education, and that is causing immense pressure and triggering a lot of mental health challenges. Often it's because, young people aren't talking about the experience of the difficulty of finding a role, trying to secure even places at university, trying to get work experience. And so when they look at their peers, it looks like everyone around them is successful, and actually in reality, they're only sharing the highlights and the positives, and everyone is going through some of those struggles. I think, though, from the point of view of organisations, it's also, important to acknowledge that they are having these difficulties, because a little while ago, the City Mental Health Alliance actually did some research around graduate job-seeking behaviours, and they found that 91% of their respondents were more likely to apply to an organisation that offered mental health support. So it's something that young people are going through. They are experiencing it, but they're also aware of that fact. So they're seeking employers and organisations that will treat them like humans that are deserving of support and care. So I think that's an important consideration, when we say that, yes, they are having these struggles in the job-seeking process.
Thank you, Anastasia. You might see that I mispronounced your name, but still, I guess isolation is affecting me. We're moving forward to another speaker, Daria Utkina. You've been involved for a long time in research in a very special area. Pardon, я могу говорить по-русски. Лучше буду обращаться так.
I'd rather speak English, Russian, sorry. You've been working for quite a long time in a very specific sphere related to stress, pregnancy, and this is a very hard subject to discuss, somehow stigmatized subject. And I would like to hear from you whether it's true and what are those challenges you face and address, and which way to cover. Can you hear me? Yes, I can hear you. Let me introduce myself. I'm one of the founders of «Бережное отношение», «Бережно к себе». And this is a project for pregnant mothers, and we've been working with quite a number of various humanistic projects. And it was a city project and creation of the children's environment. And nowadays, I'm working with pregnant women and also help women at the time of their delivery. And Бережно к себе, cautious to yourself, is the first Russian online platform to assist women having after delivery depression and media. We have Instagram with all the data and describing the problems of women, and also we have online portal which was launched last year in the time of pandemic, and it is accessible to any woman and from any point at the global context. That it is not related to mothers per se, it is related to all. And we tend to say that women, right after the child's birth, is very vulnerable, and they are stigmatized as she is a mother on the one hand, and at the same time she is still in the midst of depression. And we tend to say that she becomes very egoistic. And we're talking about the support to women, what we may offer. It happens so that each fifth woman acquires something. It is a depression, and proceeding from the survey of Vera Dekukova, and she's working with women of mid-income and high income, and they have a very high level of stress, and this symptom may somehow convert into the mental symptom. This is related to well-to-do women, and not very many think about it, as they had to undergo a certain treatment. We also have the perinatal depression. Each seventh woman comes across this particular state. We don't have clinics of that sort to cure that disease. And some other diseases may occur. And altogether, if we have a look at each fifth or each seventh female, it becomes quite clear that she cannot overcome this bipolar impairment. It could be the post-traumatic impairment and other challenges to face. And talking about the statistics, so we tried to measure it. So far, we don't have the definitive data on that score, but we have the data of child's birth rate, and at the global context in particular, it's about 1.5 million children in 2018, and we may anticipate that minimum from 150 up to 300,000 women in Russia were subject to such impairments and depressions. Also, we may add that we may also think about the prenatal depression and perinatal depression. And in Instagram, we have quite a number of subscribers, and it's a real, actual problem, and it happens practically with all women after child's birth. What else should be added in terms of that particular problem? In some large cities and towns, the life is more or less comfortable. There are quite a number of services. Just females resort to child delivery, taxi specialists, more qualified and professional than in other areas. And we have a ramified infrastructure for child care and support, and also additional education, medicine. And there are some districts to have a very comfortable lifestyle. as opposed to other regions of Russia. But our studies show that all these benefits and services are accessible to the well-to-do families. And the visit of the psychotherapist inclusively. And as to the negative sides of the urban life, we may start from the infrastructure per se. And the last survey on COVID says that women in the midst of the childbirth and afterbirth may experience certain emotional outbursts, and if she is separated from the children, the newly born children, and scientists discovered the outburst of various emotions which are not typical of her, and she needs support and assistance, and she needs some preventive measures to be undertaken. And well-to-do women may also get an access to some services, but as to a pandemic, it was quite a problem. What else do we come across? We may find millions and millions of cases from the community. And when the quarantine started, the child was in a lockdown, especially in the large cities and towns. Women tend to say that their mobility is constrained, and it affects to a large extent her behavior and her performance. And it's easier for her to get outside and reach a certain point, and that was prohibited in the course of the pandemic. And also children may be put in the environment which parents do not approve, or they're dissatisfied. There could be some marginal people there drinking beer, etc., in that open spaces. And the environment for children could be not necessarily an up-to-date one, and we would like to have a smooth ride with the perambulate, and we would like to have a balcony not on a highway but in the green area, and parents adequately assess their needs in terms of the environment and settings. And I like the story I've just highlighted, but so far it's not the case with Russia. What else to add about the mental health of a young mother? Structural aspects are substantial, and we need to take them into account so that a woman feels calm and quiet and not nervous. And sometimes a woman cannot go outside the playground. It could be really a luxury for her if she does it. And women share their difficulties and their expertise in using the urban environment. They do support certain things, and sometimes they do oppose. And sometimes she may come across the situation that you are not awaited here. We have to take into account your needs, but you don't have to go there with your perambulator. And sometimes the barrier could hardly be cleared, and a woman may just come into a distressed state due to her social isolation. And actually we need to create some supportive spaces. And yes, even the formal support is not enough. And what else to add? The operations of the urban services. And we came across the situation that they are reluctant to visit psychotherapists, and they are not at all actually stupid ones, but they are some stigmatized, or the wrong medication is prescribed, or no medication at all if the women are breastfeeding, and they may come across certain threats from the part of the doctors, and if she wants to go someplace privately, it may also cause certain problems. And only when she visits a doctor for the 5th or 6th time, she may realize that this is the right doctor practicing the appropriate techniques and methodologies of curing the mental state. And we have very brave and bold women. They try to find the support for themselves, and I think it's a very substantial thing to have it, to have this case studies when we facilitate everything for these impaired ladies, and so the mental health has become a cornerstone issue, especially for young mothers. And we've been discussing within the 2-year period certain problems of the mental health. And it does work when we provide a certain support and we get the feedback. And that becomes really very substantial for the community. And when people are rendered certain assistance. And I got a whole list of the friendly women psychiatrists, and they may be helpful to us, thus minimizing the number of attempts of these impaired women while looking for assistance. And it is crucial for the community. And thus, we may find a conflict of these women with the social media. And if we have a chance to assist them in the offline format, that is really great. And women tend to write that they are really very grateful. Thank you, Daria.
Thank you very much. Very informative report, and it's quite a difficult topic. And it's a public topic, but it is being rarely discussed. And you gave us a lot of food for thought. Let me ask you a question. And the question is about awareness on this situation. Do you think that information on what you told us is publicly available and it can be easily disseminated? Have you seen this information being made available in city districts, for example? Mental health of mothers is not being tracked and is not being measured. Yes, so information is fairly scarce. There are some fragmented research. Like one of these researchers belonged to us. We performed it for the Belый Город. We studied one district in Moscow, which was Hamovniki. So and looking into the district infrastructure, we realized that there are a lot of different groups and centers where children were getting engaged in different activities. But then we tried to rank the cost of these activities, And we realized that a bigger part of these activities were not accessible, so they were far too costly, and these things were not available to a particular social group. So I think it would be interesting to run a similar research across Moscow, because based on the information that I have, and based on different interviews that I'm currently doing, I think I can say that Moscow is not a homogeneous city. We have districts where we have good doctors, good experts to take care of the mothers and kids, and we have different facilities to take care of the kids. And we also have districts where these services are hardly available, or are available with great difficulties. So it would be good to see more homogeneity here. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Daria. Thank you so much.
Moving to our next speaker, Mary Larivara from Finland. As I mentioned before, she's leading as the director of MIELI, for the Finnish Association for Mental Health. And we're quite aware that Finland is ranked the happiest nation in the world, though there are still some issues related to mental health that are being tracked by the organization that Mary is leading. And I believe that she will cover some approaches, ideas, and what she seems important even between the happiest people in the world. Mary, please.
Thank you. I actually have a presentation, so I'll first share my screen with you. Let's see if I can make it function. Yeah, it seems promising. Here we are. I believe you can see my screen now.
Yes.
So, as Greg just introduced, I come from Finland, from MIELI Mental Health Finland, where I lead our work on adult mental health. And actually, we are the oldest still functioning mental health NGO in the world. And our focus is on promoting mental health and preventing mental health problems. So I think my presentation will actually resonate quite nicely with what Poppy just presented earlier, and that Anastasia contributed to this afternoon as well. And in addition to promoting mental health, we also coordinate and operate a national crisis center network together with local mental health associations. So we really have a nice access to the whole of country in Finland. And one of our focuses is to advance the mental health literacy of children, adolescents, adults, and the elderly. And our starting point really is the WHO definition of mental health. So for us, mental health is a state of well-being in which an individual realizes his or her own abilities, can cope with the normal stresses of life, and can work productively, and or is able to make a contribution to their community. So we really also think that everybody has mental health, just like Poppy said. And for us, mental health at its best can be really a positive resource that helps us to lead a satisfying life. And I actually wanted to share with you this picture to demonstrate what mental health can really mean instead of mental health disorders. And if you look at this picture here, you can see that there are lots of positive things that can be related to mental health. For instance, there is the awareness of one's own potential, or ability to love, or caring about others, or living a joyful life. And all this is really what mental health is about. I think I will skip this picture and I will instead go to this one. In Finland, we introduced a mental health strategy for a 10-year period last year. It was published in February 2020, just before the COVID-19 virus entered Finland. And one of the starting points for us when developing the mental health strategy for Finland was that we realized that significance of mental health is increasing in the society. And there are lots of reasons for this. One of the most important for us seemed to be that the work is changing currently. And increasingly, mind is a crucial tool for many of us at our work, and it's an asset at working life. And for instance, in Finland, mental health disorders are actually the reason for more than half of the disability pensions currently in Finland. And that really reflects how mental health is becoming more and more important in working life, because we do know that the prevalence of mental health disorders has not increased in Finland, but rather it is so that different kind of symptoms or mental health related problems are becoming more difficult to manage in today's working life. Well, furthermore, the current life really requires us an ability to make choices, and it also provides us with opportunities to make more choices. And in order to make choices that can provide, that can really help us to lead a happy life, we need mental resilience, we need lifelong learning, and we need an ability to make independent decisions. Then there is urbanization and migration, which means that there are more variety in values and more variety in lifestyles, and that requires more flexibility of our minds. Then there is, of course, the technological development and all types of cognitive requirements that it sets to us. Well, then I wanted to point out that there are actually different factors that influence our mental health. There are individual factors. We often tend to think that mental health is something that is related to an individual, that it is sort of a quality of an individual. But really, in addition to the individual factors, social and interpersonal factors have a very significant role in shaping our mental health, and so have structural factors in society and cultural values, as Anastasia actually highlighted very nicely earlier in her presentation today. And what we focus quite a bit in Finland is mental health skills. They include emotional skills, for example, self-awareness skills, life skills, interpersonal skills, and problem-solving skills, and the ability to seek help. And we have really chosen to focus on these in the work of Mieli Mental Health Finland, because this is something that everyone can develop at any stage of their lives. So we really can improve everybody's mental health, and we can also improve their mental health skills. And what we have done is we have developed a mental health resilience training that was inspired by the Australian mental health first aid training, but our emphasis here is on promoting mental well-being, and it is intended for all citizens, but it is also commonly used to train professionals, for example, at health and social services, and it aims to strengthen the mental health skills of the participants. It is a course of 14 hours, and it includes short lectures, group discussions, and a variety of group exercises. Mieli Mental Health Finland has trained more than 800 instructors in Finland, and approximately 500 of them are active currently. The contents of our mental health resilience training are as follows. So there are 5 parts in it. There is mental health as part of health and well-being, so a holistic perspective to mental health. Emotions and emotional skills. Then there is crisis as a part of human life. Suicidal behavior and domestic violence are included in this section of our training. Then relationships and interactions. And finally, life skills such as nutrition, sleep, physical exercise, culture and nature. Very much the same things as in the 5 ways well-being. And there is also a textbook that is included in the training. And our aim is really to train a lot of people with our mental health resilience training. For instance, in 2016 and 2017, when we were participating in a government program for promoting health in Finland, we trained 20,000 Finns with our mental health trainings. And we really have this hypothesis that leads our work in mental health skills. We don't have really proof that could support this, but as I said, it is kind of an hypothesis. And we say that when most people in a community have mental health skills, even those who are more vulnerable will be protected. So we can kind of create a herd immunity to mental health problems when we are training people with mental health skills. Of course, this does not mean that there would not be any mental health disorders if everyone has sufficient mental health skills, but nevertheless, we can really diminish the amount of stress factors and the amount of symptoms if we can provide more people with good mental health skills. And that's actually what I wanted to present here. And I do think we still have one more presentation left today.
Not really, you're the last one, but we have a bit of time, especially because the second event is being a bit late. I have one question because it's related to some topics that most of you have connected your speech to or mentioned. It's the social stigma. And I will begin from the end with you, Mary. What would be the ways to fight stigma on mental health issues? Because I know you trained 500 instructors, but still you have to work with young ones, with children, to make them realize that this thing is okay to talk about.
Well, in Finland, we actually have a national curriculum for our schools. And part of the national curriculum is health education. And that also includes training in mental health skills in Finland nowadays. So it is part of the sort of the compulsory school curriculum in Finland. And well, the situation is not perfect at the moment in Finland. Not all the teachers are really trained to teach this topic. But basically it is something that is developing currently in Finland very nicely. And more and more students are learning mental health skills and also about mental health disorders at school.
Okay.
One thing, yes.
Okay, thank you. So I'll start back as promised to Poppy and Anastasia with the same question. Of course, you work with special kind of stress, mainly with this work-related stress, but it's really a taboo, especially in a society of high-performance financial sector. What would be your thoughts on that issue?
So, Gregory, I think mental health struggles is often associated with weakness. And actually, what we see when people in the business world talk about their mental health struggles, and as Maria just pointed out, it's also about positive language around mental health. Actually, you start to change that. Mental health struggles is not synonymous with weakness, and performance has got nothing to do with mental illness. So in the same way that if one of us had diabetes, we wouldn't say that that was performance related. You know, mental health illness is a health issue, and it needs to be treated separately to that. And I think and that's why storytelling is one of the core components of the City Mental Health Alliance community. Every event that we do, we have someone telling their story, just as Anastasia did today, because we believe that, again, when we talk about ourselves and our lived experience, we actually make it a reality for everybody, and we give permission for people to talk. You know, between 10 and 15 women experience depression after they've had a baby, postnatal depression. I had postnatal depression, and that was my first experience of mental health struggles, and I had no idea what was going on. And at the time, it got so bad because, again, I'm from the British Bengali community, and we don't talk about it. We don't talk about mental health struggles. We don't talk about depression. We don't talk about postnatal depression. So I didn't ask for help until I was suicidal. I had suicidal ideation. I was so ill that's what I wanted, to end my pain, not my life. And I didn't know that at the time. And actually, it was my health visitor that got me the support that I needed. So when we share that in a normal way like this, it gives other women permission to go, oh, okay, there is recovery, there is hope, because Poppy's still a mother and she's still working and she's still having a fulfilled life and she's not locked up in an institute, which is often the fear. So we have to get rid of fear, we have to get rid of the shame, and we can only do that by sharing our personal stories.
Okay. Anastasia, if you have anything to add, you're welcome.
Thank you. Yeah, I think in the context of the workplace, what's really important, as Poppy said, is the storytelling piece, but also education. I think very often stigma comes from misunderstanding and, not knowing enough about the topic. So you come to conclusions, you create shortcuts for what it must mean if somebody has struggles with their mental health. So from an organisational perspective, I think that we have an opportunity to upskill and inform and to raise awareness amongst our workforce. And, it kind of comes back to what I was saying earlier, that then has a knock-on impact on society. That education is not just confined within, your 9 to 5 or whatever hours you work. That will then extend to your relationships with your family, with your friends, with your neighbours, with people that you might see out and about in your community. So I think that, yes, there is kind of, traditionally perhaps a competitive atmosphere within workplaces, particularly in the finance sector, that has probably driven a lot of poor practices around mental health and well-being. But also the way that we change that is by educating people about the impact of looking after ourselves and others, but also that mental illness shouldn't be something that we're afraid to talk about. It's part of life, it's part of the human experience for so many people. So the more we can educate in workplaces, I think the more we can do to contribute to societal decrease of stigma.
I can only agree. К сожалению, время нашей сессии подходит к концу.
Well, unfortunately, we have run out of time, and we have to prepare our hall to the next session.
Московского урбанистического форума, которые посвящены тематике Urban Health, как прекрасный зал. Приглашаю всех.
So I am inviting you to visit the next session. Please reconnect in 20 minutes. There will be a presentation of results of those laboratories which were working on the sidelines of Moscow Urban Forum. Let me thank you very much for your presentations. Thank you for your involvement. Thanks for your time, and good luck. Bye.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Дорогие друзья, коллеги, здравствуйте. Мы рады вас приветствовать на 10-м юбилейном Московском Урбанистическом форуме и на 2-м международном конгрессе Urban Health. Меня зовут Никита Румянцев, рядом со мной Григорий Мальцев. Мы представляем аналитический центр Московского Урбанистического форума, который на протяжении 2 недель совместно с Совкультурой, с Сеченским университетом, Институтом междисциплинарной медицины и другими нашими партнерами проводили лабораторию Urban Health «Город как лекарство».
Наши слушатели в течение недели участвовали в большом количестве лекций, которые читали наши партнеры из Совкультуры, из Сеченского института. И даже в числе лекторов присутствовала доктор Карен Ли, которая является разработчиком Active Design. И перед тем, как мы начнем презентацию участников, позвольте мне представить жюри, которое будет оценивать. Арина Дробина, директор Мосурбанфеста, Алена Шлиховская, представитель отцов культуры, Александра Сытникова, генеральный директор бюро «Атлас», Алексей Борисович Данилов, директор Института междисциплинарной медицины, Глеб Витков, декан Высшей школы урбанистики НИУФШ. Кажется, никого не забыл. В целом, наверное, можем начать выступление команд.
Да, у нас будет 9 команд. Всего в лаборатории приняли участие больше, чем 70 человек. Было 20 команд. И вот 9, те, которые вышли в финал, сегодня будут представить вам свои проекты. Проекты будут примерно по 10 минут. Мы просим строго соблюдать регламент. И в конце мы подведем итоги и объявим победителей. На этом спасибо и просим первую команду приготовиться.
Команда в отбор на сцену.
Добрый день, уважаемые коллеги. Наша команда представляет проект, посвященный решению проблемы социальной изоляции пожилых людей. Члены нашей команды: Александра Борисова, архитектор, магистр кафедры глаза ЧВРН Хиггс, Александра Кулагина, архитектор в архитектурном бюро 8 линий, Екатерина Григорьева, экономист, магистр кафедры глаза ЧВРН Хиггс, и Полина Кириенко, архитектор, магистр кафедры глаза ЧВРН Хиггс. И мы, как и весь город, столкнулись с тем, что такое изоляция в пандемию. В дальнейшем, благодаря предпринятым мерам по борьбе с эпидемией, мы смогли восстановить привычный темп жизни. Мы вышли из своих комнат, квартир, домов. Но есть люди, для которых именно изоляция является повседневностью. Мы вышли, а они остались наедине с собой и своим одиночеством. По состоянию на 1 января 2020 года в Москве проживало почти 3,5 миллиона лиц старше трудоспособного возраста. Это примерно треть москвичей. Существующая программа «Московское долголетие» является проектом мэра Москвы для активных москвичей старшего поколения. Однако только 17,8% российских пенсионеров ведут активный образ жизни. Таким образом, большая часть московских пенсионеров не охвачена мероприятиями программы. При этом более полумиллиона пожилых москвичей живут в условиях постоянной социальной изоляции, потому что они одиноки. Причинами, по которым люди становятся одинокими и попадают в социальную изоляцию, как правило, становятся потеря близкого, выход на пенсию, реабилитация после болезни, переезд на новое место жительства, слабое здоровье, препятствующее включению в социальную жизнь. Согласно исследованиям, изоляция и жизнь в одиночестве ведут к снижению когнитивных способностей. После 4-5 лет одинокого образа жизни у человека наблюдаются проблемы с давлением, существенно увеличиваются риски возникновения сложных заболеваний, депрессии, асоциального поведения. Часто пожилые люди, живущие в одиночестве, страдают от различных ментальных расстройств, вызванных такими болезнями, как болезнь Геймера или болезнь Пика. Многие пожилые люди находятся на инвалидности, и их физическое состояние не позволяет вести активный образ жизни, который им так необходим. Сама среда препятствует включению находящихся в изоляции пожилых в жизнь. Отсутствие лифта в старых домах и даже выход из подъезда, не оборудованный пандусом, могут стать для них непреодолимой преградой. Что же мы можем сделать и что предлагает наша команда для решения обозначенной проблемы? Основными путями выхода из проблемы социальной изоляции пожилых являются общение, активные занятия и отдых на свежем воздухе. Мы предлагаем при проектировании дворовых пространств, в особенности в жилой застройке, вновь создаваемой в рамках программы реновации, создать среду, которая будет соответствовать этим принципам и тем способствовать социализации одиноких пожилых и увеличению подвижности маломобильных групп. Мы хотели бы, чтобы программа «Московское долголетие» стала еще ближе к пожилым москвичам. В качестве объекта интервенции мы выбрали собственный двор по адресу Фридриха Энгельса, 3741. Мы выбрали именно свой двор, потому что знаем, что в доме проживает много пожилых людей. Недавно мы очутились на карантине, и долгие дни основным нашим развлечением были прогулки на балконе. Мы наблюдали свой двор. Там были дожди, жара, машины, взрослые, спешащие на работу и с работы, играющие дети. Но там не было пожилых. Наш двор — это чуждое для наших пожилых соседей пространство. Наш двор сегодня не является инклюзивным, не способствует социализации лиц пожилого возраста и не создает условий для повышения их физической активности, содержит вредные и опасные факторы среды. Двор, который хотим мы видеть из своего окна завтра, это двор, который способствует общению, активным занятиям, отдыху на свежем воздухе. Он должен быть спроектирован, основываясь на принципах доступности, увлечения, открытости и разнообразия. Интервенция предполагает ограничение влияния вредных и опасных факторов среды. Для этого мы ограничиваем парковку во дворе специально отведенными местами и создаем из зеленых насаждений защитный контур от шума и загрязнений. Нашим абсолютным приоритетом является безбарьерная среда. Двором сможет воспользоваться любой житель, вне зависимости от имеющихся ограничений здоровья. Само пространство двора зонируется согласно обозначенным ранее принципам на пространство общения, отдыха и активных занятий. При создании благоустройства учитываются принципы концепции Friendly City и салютогенного дизайна. Особое внимание мы уделяем созданию комфортного освещения и размещению цветовых акцентов, которые будут делать среду более разнообразной и могут положительно повлиять на гипоталамус и сохранение когнитивных способностей. Приоритет в оформлении отдан природным материалам. В зоне отдыха предполагается возведение перголы с навесом, под который будет удобно укрыться от яркого солнца и дождя. Скамейки подобраны с учетом того, что ко всем из них есть возможность подъехать на коляске. Предусмотрены элементы, к которым можно прислонить трость либо палки для скандинавской ходьбы. Также в зоне отдыха располагается дворовый сад, где можно выращивать зелень. Зона отдыха отделена от автомобилей защитным зеленым барьером. В зоне общения предполагается размещение подиума со скамейками-ступенями. Оборудован въезд на подиум для колясок. Подиум будет являться центром локальных дворовых мероприятий, в которые могут увлекаться все категории жителей двора, что также будет благоприятно сказываться на решении задачи борьбы с социальной изоляцией пожилых. В зоне активных занятий расположены тренажеры из серии, специально разработанных для занятий пожилых людей. Занятия на таких тренажерах минимально травмоопасны и способствуют укреплению вестибулярного аппарата, общему улучшению физической формы. Благодаря размещению такого специализированного оборудования во дворе, каждый житель дома получает доступ к эффективным физическим тренировкам. В дополнение к созданию физического пространства двора мы предлагаем варианты социально-культурных мероприятий для каждой из зон. Именно проводимые мероприятия будут являться одним из важнейших элементов включения пожилых людей в социальную жизнь. Отдельно хотела бы упомянуть о возможности привлечения поддерживающих мероприятий. Так, исследования отмечают, что канистерапия, то есть общение с собаками, благоприятно сказывается на ментальном и физическом здоровье пожилых людей. Московская организация «Собака-гуляка» предоставляет услуги по выгулу питомцев. Сотрудники организации и волонтеры приютов могли бы при организации маршрутов прогулок с лучшими друзьями человека проходить через наш двор и общаться с пожилыми в зоне общения. Благодаря тому, что мы формируем нашу интервенцию по принципу конструктора из зон отдыха, общения, активного отдыха и сетки социально-культурных мероприятий для каждой из зон, мы можем легко масштабировать дворовые территории, как вновь создаваемых в рамках программы реновации, так и на старые дворовые пространства в масштабах всего города. Научно доказано, что повышение уровня физической активности у взрослых и пожилых снижает смертность от всех причин, смертность от сердечно-сосудистых заболеваний, заболеваемость гипертонии, заболеваемость раков отдельных локаций, таких как рак мочевого пузыря, груди, толстой кишки, эндометрия, рак желудка и почек, заболеваемость диабетом второго типа, предотвращает падение, улучшает психическое здоровье, уменьшает симптомы депрессии, улучшает когнитивное здоровье и также может повышать эффективность мер по уменьшению степени ожирения. Оценка экономической эффективности, проведенная в Великобритании, показала, что вложение 1 фунта в городскую инфраструктуру дает 1,2 фунта экономии бюджета системы здравоохранения. Создавая инклюзивные дворы, мы заботимся о пожилых москвичах сейчас. Но на самом деле проблема социальной изоляции пожилых касается нас самих. Исследования говорят, что мы будем жить долго. Сможем ли мы выйти из комнаты? Наша команда благодарит вас за внимание.
Спасибо команде «Во двор». Поскольку наши лаборатории включают команды не только из Москвы, но и по всей России, из Уфы, из Владивостока, у нас будут чередоваться команды офлайн и онлайн. Сейчас команда Mental включится онлайн.
Здравствуйте. Надеюсь, меня хорошо слышно. Добрый день, уважаемые участники Московского урбанистического форума. Прежде чем мы начнем, мы предлагаем вам провести небольшую разминку. Наклоните голову вправо, затем наклоните голову влево. Откиньте голову назад, наклоните ее вперед. Теперь выпрямите спину, сделайте глубокий вдох и выдох. Конечно, 20 секунд не способны вернуть быстро внимание, концентрацию, восстановить силы. Однако наша команда Mental считает, что 15 минут в правильно организованном пространстве способны восстановить силы, позволить эффективно отдохнуть, снизить уровни стресса и избежать множества неприятных последствий и болезней, которые значительно снижают качество нашей жизни. Знали ли вы, что среднестатистический человек за всю свою жизнь 10,5 лет проводит на работе, а еще год у него уходит на поездки в транспорте с работы и на нее. А 70% работоспособного населения сталкивается со стрессами на рабочем месте. Стрессы ведут к тревожности, к выгоранию, к депрессиям. А это, в свою очередь, экономические риски не только для отдельных компаний, но и для мировой экономики. Хронический стресс ведет к снижению иммунитета, заболеванию сердечно-сосудистой системы, к инфекционным болезням как следствие снижения иммунитета, что особенно актуально в нашу ковидную эпоху. Затем возникает тревожность, а это обострение болезней, это неврологические проблемы. Затем следует выгорание, которое по недавней классификации МКБ-11 стало полноценным синдромом, вошло в эту классификацию. Это гипертония, это депрессия. А депрессия — это ментальные проблемы, повышение суицидальных рисков. И мировая статистика говорит о том, что каждые 40 секунд от депрессии умирает 1 человек. То есть за время нашего выступления целых 15 человек умрут от депрессии. Так как же бороться со стрессом? Как же нужно отдыхать? Необходима смена вида деятельности, необходимы легкие физические нагрузки, необходим свежий воздух, взаимодействие с водой, концентрация на ощущениях. Но что же делать тем, у кого нет времени на отдых, у кого нет времени на восстановление сил? Они все время в работе, они все время бегут, они все время находятся в городском ритме жизни, который и приводит к возникновению стрессов разного характера. Для того, чтобы ответить на этот вопрос, мы решили смотреть территорию одного из лучших бизнес-центров города Москва, территория Белой площади. Это небольшой сквер, который располагается рядом с несколькими бизнес-центрами, территории всего в 1 гектар. И все учреждения вокруг него просто являются источниками, местами накопления стресса. Менее чем в 200 метрах расположены 4 бизнес-центра. Это Имскай-центр, это Whitestone, Белые сады и, собственно, бизнес-центр Белая площадь. Это места скопления хронического стресса. Это места накопления выгорания и тревожности. Но кроме того, здесь также расположены метро Белорусская и Белорусский вокзал. А это места акустического стресса, экологического и социального стресса. Кто же является типичным пользователем территории, которую мы рассматриваем? Это человек до 35 лет. А статистика говорит о том, что возраст 20-30 лет – это наибольшие риски в нашей стране для развития депрессии. То есть этот возраст наиболее подвержен развитию депрессии. Это люди, которые работают в сфере консалтинга и финансов. То есть они постоянно должны иметь сконцентрированное внимание, у них повышаются риски, они постоянно должны иметь сконцентрированное внимание, социальные контакты, и их риски – это эмоциональное выгорание, это тревожность, это различные нарушения здоровья уже в молодом возрасте. Давайте посмотрим на ту территорию, которую мы выбрали. Соответствует ли она тем потребностям, которые испытывают пользователи этой территории? Эта территория визуально дискомфортна, на ней не то что неприятно, даже слегка небезопасно находиться. Эта территория учитывает потребности пользователей не только в снятии стресса, но и просто в простой рекреационной инфраструктуре. Она не защищает от акустического стресса, поскольку озеленение скудное и разряженное. В целом эта территория не является стрессорастворяющей средой. Но наша команда считает, что если сделать те интервенции, которые мы предполагаем, если создать сад ментального здоровья на этой территории, то можно будет восстанавливать силы даже тех людей, у которых нет времени на отдых. Что мы предлагаем? Мы предлагаем 15 минут во время рабочего времени. Это время, которое можно выделить даже в самом загруженном графике, чтобы пройти по одному маршруту, который мы разработали. Этот маршрут включает в себя 4 зоны отдыха, которые направлены на расслабление человека, на комплексное снятие стрессов и восстановление сил для дальнейшей работы. 4 зоны включают в себя сад 5 чувств. Это место, где можно быстро снять стресс, уменьшить сенсорную информационную нагрузку. Это следующая зона, зона ментального воркаута. Это место, где нужно восстановить концентрацию внимания, развить гибкость мышления. Следующая зона гимнастики. Это место для небольших физических нагрузок, которые позволят размяться прямо во время рабочего времени, буквально за несколько минут. И это уже существующий на территории павильон, который мы называем чайный павильон, чайный домик. Место, где оно является всесезонным, что особенно актуально в российских реалиях. Это место, где можно пообщаться комфортно с другим человеком, даже провести деловую встречу. При этом отдохнуть в оранжерее и поесть здоровой еды. Наша концепция построена на 6 базовых инструментах, на 6 базовых принципах. Это разнообразие природных ландшафтов, поскольку доказано, что снятие стресса в природной среде происходит намного более быстро и эффективно. Это чередование различных типов пространств, поскольку для разных запросов или разных проблем требуются различные решения. Это воздействие на все органы чувств, поскольку воздействие на все органы чувств позволяет оказать энергетический эффект на процессы восстановления. Это места для комфортного общения, поскольку человеку необходимо пространство для комфортной социализации. Это акустический комфорт. Территория находится недалеко от шумной магистрали, метро и вокзала, поэтому необходимо обеспечение комфортного пребывания посетителей для того, чтобы снизить стресс от пребывания в подобных местах. И особенно актуально в наше время это противоковидные меры. У людей возникает тревожность при пребывании в перегруженном месте, поэтому меры, которые мы предпринимаем в своем проекте, позволяют распределить потоки посетителей и избегать лишней тревожности для людей. Теперь по каждой зоне отдельно. Сад 5 чувств. Это место, где можно быстро снять стресс, уменьшить информационные и сенсорные нагрузки. Что мы предлагаем? Мы предлагаем, как мы уже сказали, воздействие на все органы чувств. Это, например, ароматные травы и растения, которые оказывают как тактильное воздействие над запахами, так и визуальное воздействие своим внешним видом. Это густая посадка деревьев. Двухрядная посадка деревьев в сочетании с насыпными холмами, которые мы также предлагаем, позволяет значительно снизить шум от прилегающих автодорожных магистралей. Это крытые навесы шумопоглощением, места, где можно обособиться, уединиться и почувствовать тишину. Следующая зона – это зона ментального воркаута. Здесь мы предлагаем расставить сложные визуальные элементы, так называемые игровые элементы для взрослых, которые заставят домысливать или интерпретировать окружающую среду. Это могут быть кинетические скульптуры, это могут быть элементы, которые включают оптические иллюзии. На данной визуализации представлен зеркальный лабиринт, прогулка в котором это способ повысить пластичность мышления, сформировать новые нейронные связи у горожанина. Следующая зона – это зона гимнастики с навесами, с настилами и навесами. Навесы предполагается использовать, кроме прямого назначения, также встроить туда информационную функцию. То есть человек, который придет сюда, чтобы немного позаниматься, сможет также получить информацию о том, как правильно расслабиться и как вообще себя, как расслабить свое тело во время рабочего дня. И чайный домик включает в себя оранжерею, киоск по продаже здоровой еды, места для общения. Это круглогодичное зеленое пространство, которое будет работать даже тогда, когда все остальные, даже когда плохая погода или отсутствует солнце, оно все равно позволит людям снимать стресс. Поскольку это наше предложенное решение, это по сути общественное пространство, оно легко масштабируемо на территорию района, города и даже страны. А в сочетании с мобильными приложениями, которое могло бы позволить человеку оценивать свое состояние, осознавать свое состояние психологическое, выбирать территорию ближайшую для того, чтобы восстановить свое здоровье и снять стресс, и в сочетании с тем, что приложение может давать рекомендации по улучшению состояния, такое приложение бы позволило повысить эффективность таких пространств и также дополнительно ввести аналитическую функцию для городских планировщиков или медиков сбора данных для анализа ментального состояния горожан, а также образовательную функцию — это повышение собственной осведомленности людей о своих ментальных проблемах. Ну и как мы увидели сейчас, 15 минут на самом деле это очень просто, это очень быстро. 15 минут достаточно, чтобы восстановить силы и концентрацию внимания. 15 минут достаточно, чтобы улучшить качество жизни и снизить риски сердечно-сосудистых и ментальных заболеваний, которые стоят на первых местах по смертности как в нашей стране, так и во всем мире. 15 минут достаточно, чтобы поднять иммунитет и, возможно, не заболеть коронавирусом. 15 минут достаточно, чтобы снизить свои экономические издержки у предприятий и целых стран. Спасибо за внимание.
Спасибо команде Ментал. А сейчас на сцене команда партии Архи. Пожалуйста.
Здравствуйте. Мы бы хотели представить вам проект под названием «Тихая миля». Мы студенты Московского архитектурного института, и мы бы хотели поднять достаточно нетипичную проблему даже в рамках вопроса о городском здоровье. Мы бы хотели поговорить о нейроотличных людях. Кто же это такие? Кто же наш герой? Познакомьтесь, перед вами Гоша. Он очень интересный человек. Он намного острее, чем все мы, реагирует на внешние раздражители. Ему намного тяжелее в городе, он испытывает намного больше стресса, чем мы. Ему очень тяжело ориентироваться в городском пространстве, он с трудом считывает городскую навигацию. Гоша свой среди чужих, и таких людей, как Гоша, очень много. Кто вообще такие люди с нейроотличиями? Что такое нейроразнообразие? Есть нейротипичные люди, а есть люди нейроотличные. Если все мы с вами, предположим, нейротипичные люди, мы начинаем наше утро с чашечки эспрессо, в то время как люди нейроотличные начинают утро с чашечки стресса. Они очень испуганные, когда выходят на улицу, они намного острее реагируют на шум, на пыль, на все яркие цвета. Если вы думаете, что таких как Гоша 1 на миллион, это неправда. По современной статистике, каждый 7-й человек является нейроотличным. А, например, если мы возьмем проблему аутизма, которая тоже рассматривается в этой теме, то за последние 20 лет, по данным статистики, таких людей стало вдвое больше. Кроме того, эти люди живут среди нас, они строят успешные карьеры, и все мы с вами с ними знакомы. Так как выглядит обычный день Гоши? Давайте посмотрим на его регулярный маршрут его же глазами. Каждый день Гоша ходит в Центр для развития детей. Его маршрут пролагается от метро Фадвизинская до специального центра и занимает около 10 минут, то есть проходит он где-то километр. С чем же Гоша сталкивается? Он видит безумно шумную среду, кучу давящей атмосферы, он плохо ориентируется в пространстве, городская навигация для него совершенно непонятна. Таким образом, давайте попробуем отправиться вместе с Гошей в путь. Первое, что он видит, это безумно яркое, пестрое, избивающее с толку пространство. Здесь есть важные точки. Он выходит из метро, его друзья приезжают к нему на остановку автобуса, но это мы с вами легко считываем и метро, и остановку, нам легко сориентироваться. Гоша же безумно сбивает разнообразные дезориентирующие объекты, яркие цвета, недострой, давящая атмосфера, монотонная среда. Да, здесь есть второстепенные объекты, которые также помогают нам ориентироваться в пространстве, но для Гоши они полностью закрыты другими дезориентирующими, опять же, объектами. Да, мы с вами с легкостью считываем, что говорят нам знаки на улицах, что значит то или иное мощение, мы можем понять, как нам пройти на остановку, а как уйти в лес. Но для Гоши это намного сложнее. Кроме того, на наших улицах есть куча объектов, которые не сообщают нам никакой информации. Для Гоши они, опять же, безумно дезориентирующие. Что мы предлагаем сделать? Мы предлагаем добавить озеленение, которое поможет в то же время скрыть слишком яркие объекты и акцентировать внимание на том, что Гоше в первую очередь нужно, и создать пространство намного более уютное. Добавить небольшой альков, земляную насыпь, которая создаст изолированное маленькое пространство, в котором можно будет спрятаться от внешних раздражителей. Таким образом, первый элемент пути Гоши станет намного приятнее. Дальше Гоше нужно сориентироваться, куда идти и как не заблудиться. И ему мало городских указателей. Ему стоит использовать мощение, специальное мощение на улицах, которое будет ему сообщать ту или иную информацию, задавать то или иное настроение. Но и мощения правильного, только его слишком мало. Кроме того, ему нужны визуальные ориентиры, поскольку люди с нейроотличиями смотрят только прямо, они не обращают внимания на то, что происходит вокруг. Поэтому мы предлагаем, например, на пешеходных переходах сделать какую-то подсветку и поставить визуальные ориентиры, чтобы нейроотличный человек смог смотреть прямо и знать, что ему нужно идти или что ему нужно стоять. Таким образом, среда сама сообщает человеку, как двигаться, и ему не нужны дополнительные таблички или значки. Таким образом, мы двигаемся с Гошей дальше и направляемся в сторону подземного перехода. Но это мы его с вами так называем. Гоша ощущает его как самое настоящее страшное, холодное подземелье. И это самая ужасная часть его маршрута. Ему там безумно страшно, он старается пробежать его как можно быстрее. Как же мы можем ему помочь? Мы можем пробить настоящие световые люки, там, где это, безусловно, возможно, поскольку путь проходит под железными путями, которые создадут дополнительный естественный свет и помогут людям с клаустрофобией не так бояться оказаться в замкнутом пространстве. Кроме того, мы предлагаем расположить небольшую галерею работ детей с различными расстройствами аутического спектра и сделать специальную подсветку, которая нерегулярная и не будет создавать эффекта коридора. Таким образом, мы практически приблизились к финалу нашего пути и отправляемся на финальную точку нашего маршрута. Возле центра развития Гоша выходит из метро и обычно теряется. Он не знает, куда ему идти, он может заблудиться и уйти в сторону соседнего жилого района, потому что указателей нет, мощения нет, а навигатором он иногда не пользуется. Как же мы можем ему помочь? Мы делаем такой объект, мы назвали его «Роща». Эта роща является своеобразной направляющей от выхода из подземного перехода к центру развития. И состоит она из нескольких элементов, а если точнее, из 6, каждый из которых отвечает за то или иное чувство, которым обладает каждый из нас. Собственно, роща отвечает за такое чувство, как зрение. Она служит своеобразной площадкой отдыха от городского пространства, каким-то помещением, где можно почувствовать себя на природе и визуально отдохнуть. Кроме того, роща абсолютно регулярная, то есть, когда человек по ней проходит, он ощущает чувство симметрии, очень важное для многих нейроотличных людей. По нашим данным, которым мы провели опрос, и выяснили, что, оказывается, люди с нейроотличием очень позитивно воспринимают симметрию. И, кроме того, эта роща вмещает в себя все остальные объекты. Один из самых важных объектов называется альков, и он посвящен слуху. Это такая закрытая ниша, где человек с нейроотличиями, которые периодически испытывают приступы паники в людных местах, могут спрятаться, побыть наедине с собой, или же они могут быть там вдвоем со своим другом, и ничто их не будет отвлекать. Почему слух? Потому что этот альков создан из звукоизолирующего материала, ничего нас не отвлекает. Мы прячемся здесь от всего городского шума. Но что если кто-то другой, простой человек, захочет посидеть в этом алькове? Для этого мы создаем альтернативу, самые простые обычные беседки со столиками, стульчиками и с розетками. Таким образом, люди, которые не так нуждаются именно в уединении, могут посидеть в другом месте. Объект под названием лабиринт отвечает за чувство запаха у нас. Это такие своеобразные закрытые катки, в которых расположены цветы. Эти цветы излучают, естественно, свой запах, но ничего не отвлекает нас от его восприятия. Следующий объект — это фонтан, он посвящен вкусу. Вода, как мы знаем, это лучшее средство для того, чтобы освежиться, чтобы прийти в чувство. И они очень важны для людей с нейроотличиями и для нашего Гоши в том числе, потому что иногда у него бывают неконтролируемые приступы паники или агрессии. То есть буквально что в лабиринте, что в фонтанах он может прийти и освежиться. Вода для этого лучшее средство. Еще один объект — это качели, отвечает за чувство кинестетики, за чувство нашего баланса в пространстве. Для нейроотличных людей, как мы выяснили, очень важно иметь место, где они могут раскачиваться. К тому же это служит местом социализации. И объект пианино отвечает за осязание. Это больше объект аттракцион, где каждый человек может подумать о том, каково жить нейроотличным людям, которые более остро воспринимают мир вокруг. То есть здесь можно руками или ногами потрогать различные пространства и сравнить, чем отличается трава, допустим, от плитки или от дерева, именно ориентируясь на свои собственные ощущения. Но, безусловно, это не единственное место, где существуют нейроотличные люди. Как мы выяснили, в Москве более 20 объектов для нейроотличных людей. И таким образом Гоша гуляет по улицам Москвы, а он очень любит гулять в выходные со своими друзьями. И, безусловно, испытывает страшный стресс на улицах. И таким образом, если мы сделаем правильное мощение, если мы расположим побольше зелени на наших улицах, если мы сделаем такие закутки, возможно, разместим те объекты, которые мы предложили в предыдущих интервенциях, людям с нейроотличиями в наших городах будет намного проще. Ну, а кроме того, то, что хорошо для нейроотличного человека, прекрасно и для нейротипичного. Возможно, в будущем это поможет нам снизить количество подобных заболеваний. Мы предлагаем сделать городскую среду отличной и для нейроотличных людей. Спасибо большое.
Спасибо команде партии Архи. А сейчас у нас онлайн включается команда Ордо. Добро пожаловать.
Здравствуйте, уважаемые гости и участники форума. Тема, о которой мы хотим поговорить — одиночество среди пожилых людей и его влияние на их здоровье. Сначала представимся. Мы группа практикующих архитекторов из Владивостока: Мороз Полина, Приступа Оля и Федюнина Настя. Проблема одинокой старости становится все более и более актуальной для российских городов. Так, согласно статистическим данным, у каждого 4-го россиянина есть пожилой родственник, живущий один. 70% таких пожилых людей не ведут активную социальную жизнь и замыкаются на доме и быте. Таким образом, порядка 7 миллионов пожилых людей в России являются одинокими. Причины одиночества среди пожилых людей могут быть абсолютно разными. Но общим остается то, что они неминуемо негативно влияют на физическое и психологическое здоровье. Особенно опасно одиночество для пожилых людей, так как по многим заболеваниям они уже находятся в группе риска.
Мы выделили ключевые аспекты нашей интервенции. Первое — это искреннее взаимодействие между младшим и старшим поколением, мягкая интервенция, так как резкие изменения среды могут спровоцировать среди пожилых людей появление или развитие заболеваний, влияющих на ментальное здоровье, и принципы активного долголетия. Также важно учитывать потребности различных групп пожилых людей. Многие из них лишены своей былой мобильности из-за возрастных изменений. Другие же потеряли важные социальные связи, и обзавестись новыми для них довольно трудно. Есть и другая группа пенсионеров, которым просто не хватает различного рода активностей, досуга и общения с близкими. Изучив проблемы и потребности различных групп пожилых людей, мы выделили функции, которыми необходимо насытить пространство. Среди них площадки для мероприятий, фестивалей, городские огороды, клубы по интересам, пространство для тихого отдыха или легкого спорта.
Участок интервенции находится на юго-западе Москвы, в Гагаринском районе между Ленинским проспектом и проспектом Вернадского. В непосредственной близости находится общеобразовательная школа, детское дошкольное учреждение и поликлиника. Жилые дома по периметру входят в ансамбль «Красные дома». В связи с тем, что район является старым, большое количество жителей этого места – люди пожилые и пенсионеры. На данной территории есть свои плюсы. Среди них обильное озеленение дворового пространства и живописные локации. Тем не менее, присутствуют и минусы. Среда, не учитывающая потребности маломобильной группы населения, запаркованный двор и агрессивная цветовая гамма. Так как один из основных принципов мягкой интервенции, мы не ставили своей целью кардинально изменить пространство и учитывали уже сложившееся зонирование. В связи с тем, что дворовое пространство достаточно большое, примерно 130 на 130 метров, функционально оно делится на более тихие, приватные пространства и центральное общественное пространство. Оно уже воспринимается скорее как сквер. В рамках проекта предусмотрен маршрут для скандинавской ходьбы. Результатами нашей интервенции являются привнесение площадок для досуга, программирование пространства событиями, укрепление межпоколенческих связей, разнообразие сценариев взаимодействия и в целом более комфортная среда. Эти принципы проектирования можно масштабировать в рамках Москвы, в тех местах, где застройка имеет квартальную структуру, а дворы достаточно большие. В разных дворах могут проводиться тематические мероприятия, фестивали, которые будут служить дополнительным поводом для социального взаимодействия. Специальные информационные стенды будут сообщать жителям о новых мероприятиях, которые будут проводиться во дворах.
В своем проектном решении мы сконцентрировались на одном из дворов ансамбля. В его структуру входит центральная событийная площадка и расположенная по ее периметру площадка детской дошкольной организации, спортивная площадка, экологичные парковки, площадки тихого отдыха, общая детская площадка и городские огороды. Центральная событийная площадка включает в себя пространство для проведения фестивалей, различных тематических и танцевальных вечеров, так называемые комнаты для организации клубов по интересам и для проведения турниров по настольным играм, а также для проведения программы «Активное долголетие». В зоне воркаута расположены снаряды для разной степени физической нагрузки, а также зоны для отдыха и наблюдения за игрой. Мы предлагаем пересмотреть устройство существующей детской площадки, добавив дополнительные сценарии для использования пространства детьми разного возраста, а также применить решения, которые позволят сделать среду более этичной и гармоничной. Городские огороды и павильоны-мастерские являются основными площадками для взаимодействия разных поколений. Мы предполагаем, что здесь будут происходить передача навыков и опыта садоводства от компетентных в этой сфере пенсионеров мальчишкам и девчонкам,
что в свою очередь поможет укрепить межпоколенческие связи. Вокруг фонтана на центральной площадке предусмотрено пространство для проведения танцевальных вечеров. Также мы предполагаем, что альтернативным способом использования данного пространства в зимнее время может служить как площадка для проведения различных выставок, например, выставки ледовых скульптур. Детская площадка представляет интерес для детей разного возраста, а также играет важную роль в общем восприятии двора и формировании вкуса самого маленького возраста. Комнаты для досуга наполнены навесами и различными местами для проведения мероприятий в любых погодных условиях. Именно поэтому здесь могут проводиться различные просветительские занятия для пенсионеров. Спасибо за внимание.
Спасибо команде Орда. А сейчас на сцене команда «Проект Е». Пожалуйста.
Добрый вечер. Я представляю команду «Проект Е». Я Екатерина Овечкина. И сегодня мы с вами поговорим про школьников. Наша интервенция — это школьная среда, побуждающая вести здоровый образ жизни. И конкретно мы будем рассматривать регулярную активность и употребление здоровой пищи. Наша проблема — лишний вес и маленькая физическая активность у школьников. Собственно, целевая аудитория — это наши школьники. Ожирение признано Всемирной организацией ВОЗ новой неинфекционной эпидемией нашего времени. То есть она представляет серьезную угрозу для нашего здоровья и вообще всему нашему поколению. И сейчас мы видим, что более 2,8 миллионов человек ежегодно умирает от последствий ожирения. И справа мы видим, какие болезни у нас развиваются тоже в процессе ожирения. Каждый третий 11-летний ребенок имеет избыточную массу тела, либо страдает ожирением. И в России у нас 31% детей от 3 до 13 лет имеют избыточный вес. То есть каждый 9-й ребенок этого возраста страдает ожирением. И среди подростков в возрасте 14-18 лет избыточный вес имеют 15%. Собственно, что влияет на ожирение у детей, и снижение активности? Очень сильно влияет окружение. И, конечно же, как мы можем наблюдать, очень часто возле школ у нас имеются непосредственно развлекательные центры. Как мы знаем, развлекательные центры очень часто побуждают детей к снижению активности, потому что они там просто сидят в телефонах, либо питаются нездоровой пищей. То же самое с всякими фастфудами, и активная реклама, конечно же, у нас идет вокруг школ именно всяких фастфудов. Какая необходимая физическая нагрузка для людей? Если мы говорим про взрослых и пожилых людей, то это либо 75 минут высокой интенсивности, либо 150 минут средней интенсивности. Также можно соединять как-то приблизительно в равных пропорциях. Что касается детей, то мы с вами видим, что 60 минут — это минимальная активность для детей. То есть, конечно же, она должна быть гораздо больше. Физическая активность. Если мы посмотрим на активный дизайн, то он говорит нам о том, что пространство должно мотивировать людей на здоровый выбор. Что же такое здоровый выбор? Это когда человек выбирает, например, вместо лифта лестницу, либо вместо поездки на машине, либо на автомобиле прогулку. Когда человек выбирает вместо фастфуда здоровый ланч, либо вместо пассивного досуга занятия спортом. Что еще мы можем
сделать для того, чтобы школьникам стало лучше, пока мы говорим только про вне школы. То есть закрытие улиц вокруг школы для движения транспорта в начале и в конце учебного школьного дня способствует, конечно же, развитию пешеходных прогулок, велосипедных прогулок. То есть это сокращение коротких поездок на автомобиле тех, кто живет непосредственно рядом, и родителей в том числе, и безопасное пространство для детей и родителей. Также школы должны быть ориентированы не только на обучение, но и на стимуляцию к игре. Как мы знаем, игра — это самый простой способ заставить школьников двигаться. И мы видим тут пример такой школы. Для нашего проекта мы взяли школу в Западном административном округе, район Тропарева-Никульна. Это школа номер 1329. Что мы видим? Как мы видим, вокруг школы у нас представлены продуктовые магазины, что является хорошим фактором, да? То есть школьники могут пойти не в кафе, например, а в продуктовые магазины. Как мы все знаем, школьники не любят кушать в столовой, поэтому очень часто ходят в продуктовые магазины. Но при этом тут есть преграды в качестве довольно-таки интенсивных дорог, и чтобы пройти в магазин, им нужно их пересечь. Также мы видим две фотографии места, и видно школьный двор, на котором мы наблюдаем спортивные площадки, но они очень открытые и присутствует скудный сценарий. Что мы хотим вообще сделать в нашем проекте? Это, во-первых, объединение родителей и детей для того, чтобы они вместе проводили активности. У нас есть одна активность — это зона выращивания и летняя кухня, и вторая активность — зона тихого и активного отдыха. То есть, как мы знаем, родители у нас всегда приходят за детьми, и чтобы они тоже находились на улице, например, и выполняли также какие-то активности. То есть это создание концентраторов, которые поддерживают социальные связи и здоровье. Что мы можем сделать? Мы можем включить общественные мероприятия, какие-то либо события, да? То есть новые места могут способствовать более здоровому образу жизни. Также мы можем включить разнообразие возможностей, то есть те, которые включают физический труд, те, которые не включают только мозговую активность за действием, то есть абсолютно разная активность. Также мы можем использовать пространство школы для уличных ярмарок, для связи сообщества со школьниками. Это наш проект. Также хочется отметить, что у нас стресс очень сильно влияет на ожирение, и мы хотим создать комфортную среду для всех. Что значит? Люди бывают разные, да? Например, экстравертам удобно проходить прямо на игровую площадку, то есть прямой путь использовать. Если мы посмотрим на интровертов, то они, наоборот, хотят как-то с закоулками какими-то обойти и оказаться на игровой площадке. Точно так же у нас рассмотрены и остальные типы людей, то есть для них специально предусмотрены разные зоны. Мы говорим про развлекательные как раз-таки и игровые места для всех. То есть, например, песочницы и природные водоемы предпочтительнее статичных площадок в городе. Также площадки с полузакрытыми пространствами лучше способствуют социальному взаимодействию, нежели полностью открытые, как мы видели в начале. Это пример нашей площадки. То есть мы все понимаем из исследований, что детям гораздо больше нравится играть на природе. И когда площадка имитирует ту самую природу, когда людям, точнее детям конкретно, не представлен конкретный сценарий, как действовать, а они, например, могут выбрать какие-то материалы, камни, песок, там, палки, либо еще что-то, им гораздо интереснее вовлекаться в игру. Игры для разных возрастов, то есть в том числе как раз-таки не предписывающее оборудование. И тут мы видим, что у нас есть многоуровневость, также есть закрытые участки, есть открытые участки для разных типов людей. У нас визуализации. Включение здорового питания. То есть мы можем включать здоровую еду еще на этапе проектирования. Да, ограничить точки фастфуда возле школ, пропагандировать хороший образ жизни, творчески использовать пространство внутри зданий и
проектировав достаточное количество мест для приготовления пищи. Также мы можем использовать интерактивные карты, которые показывают ближайшие магазины с полезными продуктами, либо места для выращивания пищи. Ландшафтный дизайн может включать в том числе в себя и съедобные какие-то культуры, а не только декоративные. Также учебные заведения могут нам помогать развиваться в этом направлении, и мы устанавливаем питьевые фонтанчики. Вот пример тоже нашей площадки для выращивания пищи и создание здоровой среды для растущего поколения. Что мы делаем? Мы встраиваем полезные привычки сразу в учебный процесс, мы улучшаем места приема пищи, мы интегрируем сады, в которых дети со своими родителями выращивают пищу, а потом там же на летней кухне могут ее на трудах, например, готовить и понимать сразу, как это происходит. Мы даем доступ к качественным зеленым насаждениям и также поощряем физическую активность. Используя комплексный подход, можно значительно увеличить физическую активность школьников и их родителей. То есть мы об этом и говорим, что в том числе, когда мы увеличиваем активность школьников, увеличивается активность и родителей. А также прививаем осознанный здоровый подход к употреблению и приготовлению пищи. И в исследованиях говорится, что мы вплоть до 80% таким образом можем улучшить наши показатели по ожирению у детей. И, соответственно, скажу о том, что проект, конечно же, масштабируемый, то есть мы можем применять его и на других школах. А также хочу поблагодарить всех за внимание. Вот наша команда «Проект Е». Это я, Екатерина Овечкина, и Хананова Елена. Мы вместе из города Уфы, работаем преподавателями и учимся в Новосибирской академии имени Крючкова в аспирантуре. Спасибо за внимание.
Спасибо уфимской команде «Проект Е». А сейчас к нам онлайн подключится команда «Линк». Вперед!
Здравствуйте, я представляю команду «Линк». Меня зовут Елена. Я архитектор АБД Architects, это Московское архитектурное бюро. Также в команде Настя, это архитектор бюро «Новое». Мы магистранты МАРХИ. Давайте поговорим с вами сегодня о ментальном здоровье беременных женщин и вообще о влиянии психологического комфорта будущей мамы на здоровье ребенка. Мы провели небольшое исследование и анализ существующей ситуации, которая на сегодняшний день у нас сложилась, и мы выяснили, что 80% рожениц испытывают послеродовую хандру, а 50% женщин с нормально протекающей беременностью испытывают состояние эмоционального напряжения и дискомфорта. 13% матерей в послеродовом периоде переживают постнатальную депрессию. Также мы проанализировали, какие существуют социально-психологические проблемы первородящих и повторно родящих женщин. И выяснили, что треть женщин испытывают проблемы в адаптации к изменению образа жизни. Также есть проблемы взаимоотношений супругов или партнеров, есть проблемы взаимоотношений с родственниками, проблемы с работой и безработицей, обстоятельства жилищного и экономического характера. Я предлагаю вам познакомиться с нашими героями, которые сегодня будут сопровождать нас по ходу нашего проекта и презентации. Это Таня и Петя, молодая семья, которая сейчас подбирают центр планирования семьи и репродукции. И для них, конечно же, это очень сложный и ответственный выбор, потому что они планируют первого малыша. Мы провели исследование и выяснили, что в Москве лидирующий по рождаемости Московский округ — это Юго-Западный административный округ. Мы проанализировали эту территорию и выяснили, что располагается на ней достаточно крупный медицинский центр. Это центр планирования семьи и репродукции на Севастопольском проспекте. На карте вот он отмечен красным цветом. Справа мы видим фотофиксацию этого центра и понимаем, что его внешний облик достаточно удручающий. Это серые стены монотонный сак окон, большой процент покрытия асфальтового и также другие проблемы. Как этот объект вообще связан с выбранной нами проблематикой? Стоит сказать, что это один из самых больших центров акушерства и гинекологии в России. там проходит около 60 родов в день. Это средний показатель, но он очень высокий. И также там более 35 тысяч женщин в год посещают его, там рождаются их малыши, они приходят туда уже со своими новорожденными детками. А на самом деле этот центр, он очень большой, он состоит из 6 корпусов, туда входит и лаборатория, где проводятся исследования, и КДО, и послеродовое отделение, и выписка, и само родовое отделение, также гинекология, где женщины планируют свою беременность. И на самом деле стоит отметить, что центр весьма востребован благодаря высокой квалификации тех специалистов, которые там работают, но сама территория и фасады здания, конечно же, требуют срочного переосмысления. Также считают наши с вами герои Таня и Петя, потому что они уже посетили этот центр и размышляют, выбирать его или нет. Целевая аудитория в целом нашего проекта — это молодая семья во время планирования беременности, уже женщины в период самой беременности, когда они приходят на УЗИ, на какие-то приемы к специалистам, и также мамы с новорожденными, потому что там есть детская поликлиника, куда мамы приходят с детками на первые обследования, на первые какие-то приемы. И наши герои говорят, что да, действительно, все эти категории людей, там они могут быть встречены. И на самом деле Петя был бы рад, если бы Таня смогла комфортно находиться в этой среде, общаться с другими женщинами, которые тоже планируют беременность, или те женщины, у которых уже есть детки, они могут поделиться своим опытом. И когда мы начали думать о проектных решениях, в первую очередь мы выяснили для себя, что вообще такое комфорт для беременной женщины, что она чувствует, как можно прийти к гармонии. И мы поняли, что к гармонии можно прийти только на стыке природы, архитектуры, среды и тех запросов беременной женщины, да, которые во многом отличаются от запросов человека, который не вынашивает в себе новую жизнь. И мы выяснили для себя, да, какие конкретно есть приоритеты у беременной женщины или молодой мамы, которая находится в послеродовом состоянии. Конечно же, это и общий комфорт, и микроклиматический комфорт, индивидуальный комфорт, который связан с индивидуальной терапией, это психологический комфорт, сценарий приватности и социальной какой-то, да, комфортности, а также есть визуальный, обонятельный и звуковой комфорт. Природа, в принципе, она отвечает нам каким-то экологическим комфортом, а архитектура, она должна быть дружелюбной в этой ситуации, она всегда должна быть дружелюбной. И именно вот на стыке всех вот этих принципов средообразующих мы можем прийти к вот этому синтезу, который родит гармоничную среду, которая будет помогать женщинам приспособиться и понять себя в своей новой роли в этом мире. И мы перейдем уже к проектным решениям. Мы разработали комплексный проект переосмысления территории Центра планирования семьи и репродукции. Мы предлагаем несколько зон. Это и теренкуры, и зоны аэротерапии для женщин. Также это арт-объект «Спираль жизни», сухие фонтаны. Важный момент — это автостоянки с включением зелени и навесом, потому что на сегодня там машины стоят на покрытии асфальтовом, да, и там они очень нагреваются во времена там жарких дней в Москве, и женщинам в положении очень сложно находиться в такой машине, да, после приема. Этот момент тоже следует учесть. И также зона отдыха и общения, зона коллаборации с такими же мамочками, будущими или настоящими. И наши герои Таня и Петя, им уже не терпится посмотреть, что же конкретно мы придумали, и мы переходим к детальному рассмотрению нашего проекта. И для начала мы рассмотрим теренкур на территории Центра планирования семьи и репродукции. Мы предлагаем контактную зону с водой обустроить, достаточно локальную, но она крайне важна, потому что вода — это источник отрицательных ионов, которые повышают способность вообще беременной женщины, да и любого человека, да, поглощать кислород. Они выравнивают уровень серотонина, который у нас связан с настроением и вообще с балансировкой стресса. Женщина вообще испытывает чувство благоговения рядом с водой. Ей позволяет это ощутить себя здесь и сейчас и прислушаться к себе. В принципе, это, конечно же, в целом улучшает общее состояние, и наше решение конкретно в разработке фасадов и внесении в него каких-то других зрительных элементов, они нормализуют ритм саккад, что ведет к ощущению комфорта. То есть мы избавляемся от гомогенных таких зон, которые сейчас сформированы такими серыми бетонными панелями фасадов. Дальше у нас функциональная зона, спираль жизни, это цветотерапия, в том числе мы рассматриваем это как арт-объект, как площадку. Цвет выбран не случайно. Мы иногда рассматриваем красный цвет как цвет, который приводит к раздражению, к какому-то напряжению, но на самом деле, если изучить этот вопрос еще более глубоко, мы нашли такую информацию, что на самом деле благодаря красному цвету, если его включать в среду гармонично, локально и вводить его с чувством, да, с вкусом, то он на самом деле активизирует кроветворение, нормализует кровообращение женщины, обмен веществ. И также мы продумали это место с той точки зрения, где женщина может и уединиться, подумать о том, что ее ждет впереди, да, какая у нее будет новая роль, как к ней приспособиться, и, возможно, она в этот момент захочет поговорить со своим малышом. То есть мы здесь предусмотрели такую зону, которая и предусматривает зону уединения, но в то же время может работать как зона коллаборации между женщинами. Также это зона аэротерапии и взаимодействия. Это площадка на территории центра, также где предусмотрен навес в период, когда у нас очень активное солнце, жарко, да, это в тени деревьев также может располагаться. Здесь мы предусматриваем занятия женщинами. Женщины могут там заниматься оздоровительной физкультурой, там могут проводиться открытые мастер-классы и лекции на свежем воздухе. Эта зона такая универсальная, там на самом деле возможно огромное количество сценариев, и мы считаем, что она крайне необходима этому центру, потому что на сегодня там женщинам негде комфортно отдохнуть, комфортно обсудить какие-то вопросы, связанные с ее новой ролью и какие-то, возможно, вопросы протекающей беременности. Также нет места, где могут поговорить между собой женщины, тоже также в комфортной обстановке. И на самом деле вот эта сценарность, она достаточно развита внутри этого центра, но то, что касается территории, к сожалению, там пока этого еще нет. Но мы рады предложить свои идеи, которые, надеемся, будут в какой-то мере когда-то приняты. Но что же будет дальше? И нашим героям Тане и Пете безумно интересно. Мы говорим о социокультурном программировании территории в принципе. Это не только йога и аэробика, например, для беременных на воздухе, но это также и тематические мастер-классы, какие-то мини-пикники тематические, оборудованные места для прогулок на свежем воздухе, причем для разных категорий на самом деле. Потенциал масштабирования проекта заключается в следующем. Мы изучили существующие центры планирования семьи и репродукции по России и в Москве. И на самом деле проблемы носят глобальный характер, потому что у нас сейчас достаточно много высококвалифицированного персонала, которые могут решать какие-то вопросы сложно протекающей беременности. То есть с точки зрения медицины у нас все очень хорошо развивается и на самом деле на высоком уровне находится. Но с точки зрения среды, которая окружает женщину в период беременности, в период планирования беременности, вот этих центров, она на самом деле пока еще не находится на том должном уровне, который приведет к женщину к гармонии с собой новой, к ментальному и психологическому комфорту и здоровью. Поэтому мы считаем, что об этой проблеме нужно думать уже сейчас, разрабатывать дополнительные какие-то проекты, идеи и внедрять их уже в реальную жизнь. Наши малыши станут здоровее, их станет больше. И как раз сейчас мы с вами поговорим про ожидаемый эффект от всего этого комплекса предполагаемых мер, которые мы предусмотрели. Это, конечно же, уменьшится количество обращений женщин за психологической помощью, сократится процент женщин с постнатальной депрессией, сократится количество абортов, увеличится количество успешных процедур ЭКО для женщин, для которых это шанс стать мамой, уменьшится количество врожденных патологий у новорожденных, потому что женщина в период беременности будет находиться в гармоничном состоянии, в таком здоровом состоянии, будет у нее психологический комфорт преобладать. И, конечно же, это повлияет на малыша, и он родится здоровым и счастливым. А также сократится процент конфликтов между супругами, ускорится послеродовое вообще восстановление молодых мам, увеличится рождаемость, потому что очень приятно выписываться из центра репродукции, который встречает замечательной средой. Уменьшится количество преждевременных родов, потому что, конечно же, стресс, который испытывает женщина в период беременности, крайне негативно сказывается не только на здоровье малыша, но и на здоровье самой женщины, и об этом важно тоже думать. И, кажется, у Тани и Пети, у наших героев, у них есть новость. Возможно, они приняли какое-то решение, или есть новость еще более глобальная. Наши герои хотят сообщить, что у них будет малыш. Они выбрали Центр планирования семьи и репродукции на Севастопольском проспекте, который находится рядом с их домом. И мы будем рады, если наши проектные решения помогут Тане с протеканием беременности в самом комфортном, самом счастливом ключе для нее и для их будущего малыша, а также для всех малышей, которые дальше будут рождаться в Москве и в России. Спасибо вам большое за внимание.
Так, я ничего не скажу. Ладно, спасибо команде Link и поприветствуем команду с кодовым названием 12. Пожалуйста.
Добрый вечер. Я сегодня хочу вам рассказать о нашем проекте, которым мы занимались неделю. Это терапевтические теплицы Южного Хапиловского сквера. Я представляю команду, которая состоит из 3 участников. Это студенты МАРХИ, я, Иванова Дарья, Росликова Анастасия, а также Кискина Татьяна. Это магистрант Санкт-Петербургского института дизайна и урбанистики. Мы сфокусировали наше внимание на проблеме одиночества среди пожилых людей. Наверняка каждый из нас сталкивался с этим чувством, но мало кто задумывался о том, что с возрастом эта проблема становится острее, и большинство пожилых людей сегодня, к сожалению, живет в одиночестве. Это связано как с потерей близких людей, супруга, также взрослеют дети, а завести новые знакомства с возрастом становится все сложнее. И многочисленные исследования доказывают, что это провоцирует ментальные проблемы со здоровьем, болезни психологические, такие как болезнь Альцгеймера, деменция старческая. И также непрямые последствия существуют. Это физические проблемы со здоровьем, это увеличивается риск заболевания сердечно-сосудистыми болезнями, онкологией и многими другими. Сегодня проблема как никогда раньше актуальна. Население стареет, средний возраст увеличивается, и проблема одиночества, как показывают графики и статистика, опросы, становится наиболее актуальной среди пожилого населения. Для нашего исследования мы взяли один из старых спальных районов Москвы, довольно типичный для нашего города. Это район Преображенское. И одно из излюбленных мест этого района — Южный Хапиловский сквер. По нашим данным, по нашим опросам, 40% жителей района — это пенсионеры. Наша героиня — это старожил района Преображенская, и она помнит, как этот сквер пользовался большой популярностью, был излюбленным местом отдыха жителей района, был благоустроен, зелен. Но сейчас мы сталкиваемся с тем, что большое количество приходит отзывов от жителей, что район не благоустроен, очень много деревьев, очень много каких-то насаждений зеленых, хорошее очень место для отдыха, люди любят его, но оно нуждается в обновлении. И наша героиня задумалась о том, что садоводство, ведение огорода — это одно из ее любимых занятий. Но, к сожалению, с возрастом ей стало сложно ездить за город из-за проблем со здоровьем, из-за проблем, как туда добраться, с транспортом. И мы предлагаем разработать терапевтические теплицы в данном сквере. Вот хотим обратить ваше внимание на некоторые особенности конструкции. Это теплицы, которые будут располагаться по всему скверу и будут включать в себя теневые навесы с длинными столами, где смогут собираться пожилые жители района, беседовать, иногда останавливаться во время прогулок. Это очень важно для пожилых людей. Как молодые мы можем об этом не задумываться, но для старшего поколения даже поход в магазин становится большим испытанием. И прогулки долгие тоже очень тяжелы для них. Им важно останавливаться, делать паузы, отдыхать. И для этого мы должны предоставить комфортные им условия. Это теневые навесы, длинные столы, где они могут общаться, заводить, возможно, новые знакомства, иногда приходить с внуками. Также теплицы, это сами грядки, за ними они могут проводить время, работая в огороде, не уезжая за город. Причем вот на втором этаже вы можете посмотреть, там есть теплицы, они высокие, что позволяет людям пожилым не наклоняться, а это, как правило, большая трудность для них, им тяжело работать в огороде, потому что надо постоянно быть наклоненным к земле. А тут мы предлагаем высокую конструкцию, что облегчит их занятия садоводством. Летом, вот так вот, мы думаем, будут выглядеть наши теплицы, и пенсионеры будут проводить больше времени на улице, дышать свежим воздухом, выращивать овощи, зелень. Зимой также теплицы будут использоваться, пока огороды и грядки отдыхают и ждут нового сезона. Сами теплицы функционируют, там будут расположены киоски, место для отдыха, общения, теплые точки, где можно выпить теплого чая, посидеть, также сделать паузу, пообщаться и просто приятно провести время. Вот как сейчас выглядит эта территория. Прекрасный сквер, но нуждающийся в благоустройстве. И наше решение — теплицы, огороды и место, любимое место отдыха всех пенсионеров района. Мы предполагаем, что также сквер будет использоваться для ярмарок, городских праздников и будет встречать большое количество гостей. Мы проанализировали ситуацию по городу и поняли, что в Москве огромное число пенсионеров, старых районов и старожилов города очень много. Также большое количество скверов. И мы подумали, что теплицы могут располагаться практически в каждом из них. Это отличное решение для маленькой зеленой территории, которая будет объединять большое количество одиноких пенсионеров. Мы думаем, что наше решение будет способствовать решению многих проблем, в том числе проблем ментального здоровья, поможет в борьбе с депрессией, болезнью Альцгеймера, старческой деменцией. Возможно, станут реже случаи суицида среди пенсионеров. И также работа в огороде и регулярная физическая активность улучшат физическое состояние пожилого поколения, снизит риск заболеваниями сердечно-сосудистой системы, потребление овощей. Вот по статистике, люди, которые имеют непосредственный доступ к собственному огороду, кроме того, что это полезное регулярное занятие для любого человека, это увеличивает потребление овощей и фруктов, что также хорошо сказывается на состоянии здоровья. Спасибо вам большое за внимание.
Спасибо команде 12 за точное ритмичное выступление. Сейчас на сцену выходит команда Тише, которая будет участвовать онлайн. Прошу вас.
Добрый день. Мы команда Тише с проектом, посвященным шумовому загрязнению в Москве. Наша команда состояла из меня, Артема Панкина, я занимался исследовательской частью, и по национальному Оксаны, архитектора, которая занималась проектированием. Итак, большие города являются местом концентрации человеческой деятельности и огромного количества инфраструктуры. Это автомобили, общественный транспорт, стройка и голоса, которые создают звуковой ландшафт города, в котором огромную часть занимает шум. Шумовое загрязнение значительно влияет на здоровье человека. ВОЗ говорит, что это вторая мировая проблема после загрязнения, которая забирает 100 миллионов лет здоровой жизни ежегодно. Шумовое загрязнение приводит к повышению артериального давления и сердечно-сосудистым заболеваниям, что особенно актуально в России, где они являются одной из главных причин смертности. Шум мешает горожанам спать, снижает концентрацию, повышает уровень стресса и тревожности, а также сказывается на когнитивных способностях детей. Для решения этой проблемы мы выбрали территорию около метро «Авиамоторная» в Москве, в Лефортовском районе. Это большой транспортно-пересадочный узел. Здесь находится переход с розовой ветки метро на желтую, трамвайные остановки в центр, железнодорожные пути, а также большая городская магистраль, шоссе энтузиастов. А такой большой трафик приводит к высокому уровню шумового загрязнения, который, согласно нашему полевому исследованию, превышает норму практически в 2 раза. Основные источники шума – это трамваи, железная дорога, масштабная стройка, автомобили и человеческая активность. Территория в основном используется как транзитная зона. В районе находится большое количество точек притяжения. Это бизнес-центры, несколько университетов, производства, которые встроены в жилую застройку. Это формирует портрет нашей целевой аудитории. Это студенты, сотрудники близлежащих офисов и предприятий. Согласно нашему анализу, это примерно 18 тысяч работников и почти 4 тысячи местных жителей, здоровье которых ежедневно ухудшается из-за городского шума.
На слайде слева показаны основные пешеходные направления, которые, как мы видим, проходят вдоль самых загруженных и шумных улиц. И в рамках нашего проектного решения мы предлагаем создание инфраструктуры тишины, которая предлагает альтернативные пути перемещения для горожан. У людей появляется выбор пройти чуть более длинный маршрут, но по менее загруженным улицам через парки и скверы. Инфраструктура тишины состоит из малых архитектурных форм, которые задают непосредственно сам маршрут. Это перголы, которые формируют направление, кашпо для растений, так как озеленение – это основной способ борьбы с шумом. Пространства тишины, которые располагаются в самых тяжелых, загруженных и шумных участках территорий, шумозащитные барьеры, которые располагаются вдоль дорог, и информационные стойки, на которых располагается информация о получаемых выгодах и эффектах при выборе альтернативного пути перемещения, а также навигационные элементы. Само пространство тишины – это модульная конструкция, быстросборная, которая огорожена глухой стеной с акустическими панелями вдоль проезда, что позволяет развеивать звуковую волну, и остекленную со стороны пешеходной дороги для создания визуальной проницаемости и связи. Пространство довольно универсальное, в нем можно просто зайти отдохнуть, восстановить физический и психологический баланс. Там можно располагать читальные залы, проводить выставки или какие-либо другие тихие мероприятия. Данный снимок выхода со станции метро «Авиамоторная» был сделан в выходной день. И как видно на снимке, здесь нет ни одного человека. То есть люди не хотят использовать это пространство в свое свободное время, проводить здесь досуг и отдых. В рамках нашей интервенции мы предлагаем комплексно переосмыслить данное пространство, чтобы из транзитного оно превратилось в новое общественное пространство в городе. За счет шумозащитных барьеров, плотного озеленения создается более безопасное, более комфортное место. Пространство тишины перехватывает пассажиропотоки на выходе из метро, позволяет людям передохнуть перед тем, как продолжить свой путь, подождать друг друга перед встречей. Также это должно стимулировать ревитализацию общественных пространств на первых этажах. По данным американского журнала профилактической медицины, снижение шумового загрязнения на 5 дБ ежегодно может сэкономить $3,9 миллиарда. В рамках нашей интервенции ожидаемый уровень снижения шума должен достигать 5-10 дБ. Это стимулирует повышение качества концентрации работников и студентов, которые каждый будний день преодолевают этот маршрут. Также повысится качество сна жителей близлежащих домов. Так как пространство станет более комфортным, безопасным, привлекательным, оно начнет более активно использоваться пешеходами и велосипедистами, что в общем и целом повысит физическую активность горожан. Также снизится уровень тревожности, стресса, нормализуются когнитивные способности, социальные контакты. В общем и целом ожидается улучшение общего состояния организма человека, повышение качества его жизни. Проблема шума становится все более актуальной в мировой повестке, поэтому сформированы уже разнообразные практики, которые также можно включать в инфраструктуру борьбы с шумом. Это озеленение, которое наиболее распространенный метод борьбы с шумовым загрязнением. Также помимо борьбы с шумом, также используется формирование звукового ландшафта. В частности, можно создавать белый шум из искусственных фонтанов, водоемов и водопадов. Также возможно создавать шумные дорожные покрытия, например, гравийные дорожки. А подразделение Европейской комиссии Sonorus предлагает использовать невысокие шумовые барьеры вдоль дорог. Они не создают визуального дискомфорта, при этом позволяют снизить уровень шума на 20 дБ. Интересной практикой является использование дорожных покрытий с низким уровнем шума. Например, есть такая практика, когда используются переработанные шины, которые измельчаются в крошку и включаются в дорожное покрытие, что помогает снизить уровень отражения шума примерно на 7 дБ. И также существует практика снижения скоростных режимов. Помимо того, что это позволяет достигнуть уменьшения шума на 5 дБ, также снижается аварийность и смертность на дорогах, что является довольно серьезной проблемой в российских городах. Так как проект по большей части состоит из модульных, быстро возводимых объектов, его можно масштабировать на всю Москву. Пространство тишины появляется в самых загруженных узлах города. В дальнейшем совместно с пользователями территории формируются новые тихие маршруты через более тихие, спокойные, зеленые зоны восстановления. На маршрутах появляются шумозащитные, рекреационные элементы, и все это вместе оказывает накопительный положительный эффект на здоровье горожан. И в случае успешной реализации проекта его можно синхронизировать в рамках программ «Моя улица» и «Мой район» для более комплексных, качественных изменений. А само пространство тишины является довольно универсальным, и в нем можно проводить мероприятия в рамках программы «Московское долголетие». Говоря о шуме, мы поднимаем проблему. Когда мы поднимаем проблему, мы находим решение. Находя решение, мы делаем наши города более здоровыми и выбираем лучшее будущее для людей. И теперь тишина стала новой ценностью большого города. Спасибо.
Мы хотим представить проект «Создай свой сквер. Инклюзивное пространство для людей с раз». Мы — это Жилаева Елизавета, Костенко Елизавета, Камалова Наталья и Платон Абрамов, человек с аутизмом. Представьте, что вы Платон. Вы приходите в парк, а там шумно так, как будто вы на стройке, вокруг взлетают самолеты и одновременно звучат сирены машин. Там светло так, как будто вы на самой крутой в вашей жизни вечеринке в центре дискошара. Вы теряетесь, вам страшно. Все на вас вокруг давит, вы хотите спрятаться, но вы не знаете, как это сделать. И все люди вокруг вас используют совершенно непонятные правила. Скорее всего, вы больше никогда не вернетесь в парк. Платон, как и все люди с аутизмом, имеет особое восприятие пространства. Мир спроектирован для нейротипичных людей, не учитывает людей с ментальными особенностями. По данным ВОЗ, каждый 160-й ребенок в мире рождается с аутизмом. По другим данным, каждый 56-й. Эта группа людей не учитывается в контексте городского планирования. Однако важно понимать, что аутизм — это широкий спектр, и некоторые люди нуждаются в постоянном пожизненном контроле, а другие могут вполне полноценно жить и работать, если среда будет учитывать их особенности.
Людям с расстройством аутистического спектра не хватает пространства, в котором можно восстановить баланс и прийти в себя, особенно в центре большого города. В поисках территории для проектирования наша команда остановилась на Платовском сквере в Дорогомиловском районе. В 2 шагах от сквера находится Центр проблем аутизма. Следовательно, наша целевая группа находится поблизости. Кроме того, сквер — это зеленая территория, а значит, уже способствует повышению психологического комфорта. Наконец, сквер окружен относительно недружелюбной городской средой. Шум от железной дороги и рынка. Однообразные, несоразмерные человеку офисные здания давят на людей, которым и так уже с трудом далось решение прийти на терапию в центр. Новое пространство станет для них дополнительным стимулом и островком безопасности. Пользователями территории на сегодняшний день являются офисные работники, которые приходят в сквер на свой обеденный перерыв, посетители Дорогомиловского рынка, которые используют эту зону в качестве транзитной, родители с маленькими детьми, владельцы собак, пенсионеры. Если в полдень плотность потоков достигает 150 человек в час, то через пару часов она уже снижается, и офисных работников сменяют дети дошкольного возраста и скейтеры, для которых в северо-западной части сквера оборудовано отдельное пространство. Наша целевая группа станет новыми пользователями территории, на которой, соблюдая определенные правила, сможет провести время любой желающий.
Наше проектное решение основывается на 2 системах рекомендаций. Aspects — это система проектированная, разработанная доктором Магдой Мостафой. Она учитывает технические критерии, которые необходимо учесть в пространстве, если там предполагается присутствие людей с РАС. И система SPENS, она разработана Национальным обществом поддержки людей с аутизмом. Она ориентирована на улучшение взаимодействия между нейротипичными и нейроотличными людьми.
У нас есть 2 вида зонирования территории — функциональная и сенсорная. Наши функциональные зоны основываются на особенностях восприятия людей с расстройством аутистического спектра и учитывают многообразие видов коммуникации. По принципу сенсорного зонирования мы разделяем территории по максимально допустимым уровням стимулов на низкостимулирующую, среднестимулирующую и высокостимулирующую зоны, где контролируется уровень шума, уровень яркости. Между зонами разных стимулов есть переходные зоны. Мы выделяем 4 зоны, взаимодействие с которыми человек может интуитивно создавать картину и атмосферу городской среды. Это зона комфорта, зеленая зона, зона творчества с возможностью выставок, зона акустики. Зона комфорта или зона сенсорной разгрузки. В тихих беседках из натуральных материалов с помощью модулей сидений и трансформируемых стенок с выбором цвета по типу наборной доски можно создать место отдыха для себя и для других. Сад. В зеленой зоне можно участвовать в ее создании, сажая, ухаживая за растениями. Также можно отдохнуть в сенсорном саду. В арт-пространстве можно создавать объекты с помощью материалов, которые находятся в открытом доступе. Также там предполагается трансформируемая стена для создания более комфортных зон для творчества на открытом пространстве, которая может быть убрана на время проведения выставок. В зоне акустики находятся качели, которые запрограммированы на воспроизведение мелодии при их использовании. Но их особенность в том, что каждый из качелей отвечает за свой отдельный инструмент. И для того, чтобы зазвучала симфония, нужно, чтобы люди коммуницировали друг с другом посредством музыки. С данного коллажа открывается вид на зону комфорта из зоны сенсорного сада. Зона комфорта может быть также использована как места для индивидуальной работы.
Новое общественное пространство позволяет сдерживать механизмы декомпенсации и регрессии, позволяет укреплять ментальное здоровье и способствует непрерывной социализации и расширению возможностей самореализации у людей с аутизмом. Человек с аутизмом становится полноправным горожанином, имеющим право на достойную, комфортную и безопасную среду. Также мы предполагаем, помимо проектных решений, что вся территория будет оборудована специальными средствами для людей, которые предпочитают иные формы коммуникации. Например, это будут иллюстрированные последовательные истории, карточки для невербальной коммуникации, а также система навигации предполагает не только указание местоположения объекта, но и уровень сенсорной нагрузки и уединения, доступные в нем.
Социокультурное наполнение территории включает в себя 3 группы программ, направленных на улучшение взаимодействия, просвещение и поддержку. Инструментами инклюзии выступают совместное творчество, внутренние выставки, музыкальные мероприятия и занятия спортом. Желающие смогут расширить свои знания о РАС или поучаствовать в мастер-классах общего характера, а родители пройти тренинги. Специально обученные волонтеры будут сопровождать людей с РАС, помогая им освоить бытовые, коммуникативные навыки, а взрослым трудоустроиться. Такой проект, в свою очередь, реализуем в схожих точках Москвы, где рядом с Центром помощи людей с РАС находится зеленое общественное пространство. Однако мы призываем не зацикливаться на поисках такого сочетания и приспосабливать к потребностям людей с РАС всю городскую среду без исключения. И, конечно, не только в Москве. Теперь Платон — часть нашей команды, потому что наше пространство помогает людям с аутизмом самостоятельно выбирать сценарий своего комфорта и создавать подходящую для них городскую среду. Кроме того, проект направлен на развитие инклюзивной среды, социальную интеграцию с помощью программ активности, которые подходят абсолютно всем. Наконец, новые сенсорные акустические зоны в нашем сквере помогают людям с аутизмом справиться с тревогой и дают возможности для развития навыков и коммуникации. Большое спасибо.
Большое спасибо команде номер 3. Дорогие участники, дорогие зрители, дорогие члены жюри, большое спасибо. Команды выступили, команды рассказали свои решения. Отдельно, перед тем, как жюри удалится для голосования, хочется еще раз поблагодарить нашего генерального партнера образовательный проект «Совкультура», которая позволила этой лаборатории состояться. В том числе коллеги читали лекции по сторителлингу, дизайну, но и даже проводили персональные консультации с командами. Отдельно хочется поблагодарить Алену Шлиховую, главного редактора журнала «Совкультура». И сейчас мы удалимся на 15 минут для принятия финального решения. Увидимся через 15 минут. Друзья, спасибо. Наши лаборатории подошли к концу.
Да, жюри подвел свои итоги, и сейчас Алена объявит победителей.
Да, мы решили, что первое место занимает команда 12, второе место Urban Lab и третье команда Mental. Но есть еще 3 проекта, которые нам хотелось бы особенно отметить, которые, к сожалению, не смогли войти в 3 призовых места, но явно заслуживают отдельного внимания. Это команда Тише, проект Е и Линк.
Все, на этом спасибо. Мы поздравляем победителей. На этом лаборатории закончены. Всем спасибо. Подарки мы отправим вам в рабочем режиме. Спасибо, лаборатория закончена.